Chapter 10:27. What do you want, Fan Xian? Asked Shang Shan coldly. Su Chen was the key to the Shang family survival, so he naturally had to side with Su Chen. Is the Shang family going to stand up for Su Chen? Fan Xian snorted with a dark expression. So what if we are? Shang Shan didn't back down. They were both level 6 saints, so he wasn't afraid at all. Seeing Shang Shan's stubbornness, Fan Xian didn't force it. Instead, he turned to Su Chen and said, "Once the Fan family's disciples enter the Tournament of Stars, no accidents are allowed. Do you understand?" Su Chen was notorious for his ruthlessness, so he was worried that Su Chen would do something to the Fan family's disciples. The purpose of coming here was very simple. It was to warn Su Chen. Are you threatening me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. If Fan Xian thought that he could act recklessly in front of him just because he was a level 6 saint, then he would pay a heavy price. He still had a lot of energy points, so he could reach level 4 saint level at any time. After using Atlas Polymorph, he was only one level lower than Fan Xian. Killing enemies of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Fan Xian looked strong, but he was nothing in Su Chen's eyes. "You can take it as a threat," said Fan Xian disdainfully. He then warned, "If you dare to touch anyone from the Fan family, you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Chen pursed his lips and said meaningfully, "I hate it when people threaten me. I'll take good care of the Fan family's disciples later." Fan Xian's eyelids twitched. He understood what Su Chen meant. He was going to target the Fan family's disciples. If Su Chen really did that, no one from the Fan family would be able to stop him. The quota for the Starry Sky competition would determine whether or not one would be able to enter the Void Secret Realm. It was too important. He would not allow that to happen. In order to dispel Su Chen's thoughts, Fan Xian threatened him again. "Su Chen, if something really happens to a member of the Fan family, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. Even the Shang family and the Qi family won't be able to protect you." Fan Xian is really bold. Qi Qingchuan sighed in his heart. Although Su Chen was only a 3rd level saint rank, his true strength was comparable to a 6th level saint rank. Why would he need someone to protect him? And looking at Su Chen's calm expression, he even felt that if Fan Xian fought with Su Chen, the one to die in the end would be Fan Xian. "Fan Xian, don't look down on me. Do you want to spar with me right now?" Shang Shan snorted coldly. Fan Xian's aggressiveness made him very unhappy. Su Chen didn't get angry. He said indifferently, "I'm looking forward to it. I hope you won't be a coward when the time comes." Fan Xian's words had been put on his kill list, but if he wanted to do it, he would have to wait until the end of the Starry Sky competition. Su Chen and Fan Xian's hostility quickly attracted the attention of the other forces around. They gathered together and began to discuss spiritedly. "Who is that guy? He's too arrogant. He didn't even give Fan Xian any face. Isn't he afraid of being killed? He is Su Chen of the human race. Do you think he will be afraid of Fan Xian? What? He is Su Chen?" Knowing Su Chen's identity, the surrounding people were shocked and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's recent reputation can be said to be like thunder. Not only did he kill dozens of saint-rank powerhouses, but he also destroyed Maguang City. He acted without scruples, but no one could stop him. Fan Xian wanted to suppress Su Chen with his identity, which was indeed an impossible thing. If Su Chen really compromised, then he would not be the god of slaughter Su Chen. Chapter 10:28. Seeing that Su Chen and the others didn't take him seriously, Fan Xian was so angry that his mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak again, a huge energy wave was released from a large open space not far away. At the same time, there were shouts all around. "The Starry Sky Arena has opened. Hurry up and enter." The open space in front of them was where the Starry Sky tournament would be held. Once it opened, it would form a protective shield around it. Once the shield was formed, no one could enter from the outside. Therefore, the participants of the Starry Sky tournament had to enter before the shield was formed. Suddenly, a large number of people rushed into the open space. "Su Chen, let's hurry up and enter," Qi Mufeng reminded. "Let's go." Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen walked straight ahead. Qi Mulei and the others followed closely behind. Fan Xian watched Su Chen leave. He was very unwilling in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move at this time, because when the shield was formed, there was a trace of the heavenly order. Anyone who dared to make a move would be killed immediately. Even 6th stage saint level was no different from an ant in front of the heavenly order. Not long after Su Chen and the others entered the open space, the shield was completely formed. There were 100 spots for the Starry Sky tournament. When there were only 100 people left, they would automatically get a spot and the Starry Sky tournament would be over. There were only 2 ways to leave 100 people. First, leave voluntarily. The shield could only stop outsiders, but not outsiders. As long as they wanted to leave, they could leave at any time. However, everyone who entered here was fighting for the last spot. No one would give up easily. The second way was to kill each other until there were only 100 people left. Although the number of participants in the Starry Sky tournament couldn't be compared to the number of participants in the Void Battleground, there were still close to 300 people. 2/3 of the participants would be eliminated. This was not a small number. Su Chen, who should we deal with first? Qi Mufeng asked. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's start with the Fan family." Fan Xian had tried to threaten him before, which was a taboo. The first to be dealt with was naturally the Fan family. Upon hearing this, the faces of Qi Mufeng and the others darkened. The Fan family was ranked second among the top 10 hidden families. Not only did they have Fan Xian, a 6th level saint level master, they also had another 6th level saint level ancestor. Once the members of the Fan family were eliminated, it would be equivalent to forming an irreconcilable feud with the Fan family. The Fan family would definitely seek revenge. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he was only a 3rd level saint rank. How could he resist the revenge of the Fan family? Su Chen, let's go somewhere else, Qi Mulei advised. From his point of view, even if all the members of the Fan family were to stay, there would still be more than enough places to go. There was no need to fight to the death with the Fan family. It doesn't matter. If the Fan family doesn't know what's good for them, I don't mind completely wiping them out. Su Chen said coldly. Qi Mulei and the others were stunned. Su Chen wanted to wipe out the Fan family? Wasn't this a bit too much? After all, the Fan family had 2 6th level saint level experts. How could Su Chen be a match for them? But for what they knew about Su Chen was never one to speak without thinking. Did he really have a way to deal with the Fan family? Qi Mufeng thought for a moment, then said, "Let's listen to Su Chen." He had known Su Chen the longest, so he knew Su Chen's personality well. Once Su Chen made up his mind, no one could stop him. Chapter 1029. Don't make a move later. Just prepare your defenses, Su Chen reminded them. Qi Mulei and the others were too weak, especially Qi Muyu and Qi Mushua, who were only at level 10. Once they started fighting, it was hard to guarantee that they would not be injured. Therefore, he decided to do it himself. Understood. Qi Mufeng nodded in response. He knew very well that once he got involved, not only would he not be able to help Su Chen, but he would also become a burden to Su Chen. It was better to do as Su Chen said. Brother Qi, where are the Fan family members? Su Chen glanced outside and asked. They're the Fan family members. Qi Mufeng pointed forward and replied. Su Chen looked in the direction of his finger and saw a small group of about 50 people gathered not far away. So many. Su Chen frowned slightly. Although the Fan family was powerful and was one of the top forces in the Void, it was impossible for them to have so many saint-level powerhouses, right? Qi Mufeng explained, there are about 20 people from the Fan family participating in the competition. The rest of the people, other than those who are on good terms with them, are some small forces that rely on them. Oh, Su Chen was enlightened. After all, there were only 100 places for the grand tournament of Starry Sky. There would definitely be fights for these 100 places. If those forces who were on good terms with them gathered together, they would have a better chance of winning. Wait for me here. Su Chen reminded them and walked straight to the Fan family. Fan Xian, who was outside the shield, saw Su Chen walking toward the Fan family members. His face darkened, and he roared angrily. Su Chen, if you dare to touch a single finger of the Fan family members, I will destroy you. Although his voice was loud, it was a pity that the shield had a soundproof effect. It did not reach Su Chen's ears at all. Fan Xian could only vent his anger on himself. Everyone in the Fan family became nervous when they saw Su Chen walking over. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the strongest among them was only a level 3 saint. It was rumored that Su Chen could even kill a 4th-level saint-ranked Titan giant. None of them were a match for Su Chen. Su Chen, what are you trying to do? When Su Chen got close, a fat man walked out from the group of Fan family disciples. He stared at Su Chen with vigilance. His name was Fan San Feng, and he was a level 3 saint ranker. He was also the strongest in their group. Hand over all your sacred artifacts and scram. Then, I can consider not killing you all, Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. There were a total of 50 people present. Even if each of them could not wield a sacred artifact, there were at least 20 of them. Through sacred artifact decomposition and conversion, he could convert at least 100,000 energy points, which was enough to satisfy him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party had to be obedient. You've gone too far. Hearing this, everyone became incomparably angry and glared at Su Chen. Su Chen's 2 conditions were simply not treating them as human beings. They had come here for the quota to enter the Void Mystery Land. Su Chen not only wanted to take away their quota, but also wanted to snatch their sacred artifacts. Who would be able to accept this? Su Chen, don't be too arrogant. Aren't you afraid of our Fan family's revenge? Fan San Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. After all, the Fan family was a big family. When had they ever been threatened like this? At this moment, the anger in his heart had reached its peak. He wanted nothing more than to pull out Su Chen's tendons and skin him alive. However, when he thought of all the rumors about Su Chen, he did not have the slightest bit of courage to do anything to Su Chen. He could only suppress this anger in his heart, feeling extremely aggrieved. Chapter 10:30. If I was afraid of revenge, I wouldn't have come. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the sacred weapon and scram, or I'll kill you all. Su Chen glanced at Fan San Feng and the others and said coldly, Brother Fan, let's fight him. Don't let this kid continue to be so arrogant. The others were furious and suggested to Fan San Feng. There were 50 of them, and with 50 saint-level experts working together, no matter how strong Su Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for them, right? Fan San Feng gritted his teeth and looked straight at Su Chen, roaring angrily, Su Chen, do you really want to fight to the death with us? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he absolutely didn't want to fight with Su Chen. Ha! Su Chen sneered. In my eyes, you are all ants. What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with me? Let's attack together. Fan San Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and his face became ferocious. He took out a sacred weapon and rushed towards Su Chen. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the sacred weapon and leave. Since Su Chen was so aggressive, they could only fight with their lives on the line. Kill! The others also roared and attacked Su Chen one after another. Suddenly, a violent aura spread out in the field, attracting everyone's attention. Qi Mufeng and the others were a little nervous. Su Chen was very strong, but in the face of 50 saint-level experts, could he still be as invincible as before? Kill him for me. Outside the defensive barrier, Fan Xian gritted his teeth and roared. Old Qi, can Su Chen withstand it? Shang Chuishan asked worriedly. Qi Qingchuan smiled. This kind of attack should be easy for Su Chen. He had fought with Su Chen before and had a deep understanding of Su Chen's strength. If there was a word to describe it, it would be unfathomable. Even he, a 5th-stage saint-level expert, was crushed by Su Chen, let alone Fan San Feng and the other saint-level experts. Very simple. Shang Chuishan smacked his lips and thought to himself, is Su Chen really that powerful? Within the defensive shield, Su Chen faced the attacks of the 50 saint-level experts. Not only was he not afraid, there was even a hint of contempt on his face. Just as his opponent was about to reach him, he raised his hand and slashed out with his saber. All of a sudden, a blue torrent that emitted terrifying lightning fluctuations surged out. What a terrifying lightning spell. Cries of surprise could be heard all around. Fan San Fong and the others were scared out of their wits, wishing they could escape immediately. Unfortunately, the blue torrent was too fast and did not give them any chance to escape. Left with no choice, they could only defend themselves. In the next moment, the blue torrent swept past. Fan San Fong, who bore the brunt of the attack, was directly turned into a fine powder. Nearly 20 people behind him were also turned into charred corpses, dying on the spot. Although the remaining 20 or so people didn't die, they were all injured. The heavily injured lay on the ground, moaning in pain. They were reduced to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Witnessing this scene, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Everyone looked at Su-chan with horror in their eyes. One slash killed nearly 20 Saint-level experts, and the rest of the Saint-level experts were also injured. When had they ever seen such a terrifying killing move? At this moment, they were all a little uneasy, worried that Su-chan's next target would be them. Su-chan, I will definitely turn you into ashes. Outside the defensive shield, Fan Xian was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Fan San Fong and the others were all core disciples of the Fan family. The Fan family had cultivated them for countless years. He never thought that Su-chan would wipe them out in one fell swoop. From now on, the Fan family would fall into decline, and he would also become a sinner of the Fan family. Therefore, he swore that he would not stop until he killed Su-chan. Chapter 1031. Go back quickly and tell the boss what happened here. Fan Xian resisted the urge to kill and ordered one of his subordinates. The boss he was referring to was Fan Xiang, another 6th-stage Saint-level fighter of the Fan family. If he wanted to kill Su-chan, he couldn't do it alone. Shang Chuishan would definitely stop him, so he had to get Fan Xiang here. Su-chan, just wait for the Fan family's revenge. Fan Xian looked at Su-chan from afar and growled through gritted teeth. On the other side, Su-chan collected the shards without batting an eyelid, then looked at the remaining injured people. When Su-chan's gaze landed on them, the remaining people were scared out of their wits. A cowardly person threw the holy weapon in his hand to the ground and begged Su-chan for mercy. Su-chan, I'll give you the holy weapon and I'll leave immediately. Don't kill me. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Looking at the 20 or so holy weapons scattered on the ground, Su-chan's lips curled up slightly. He said mockingly, I gave you a chance before, but none of you appreciated it. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Su-chan clearly didn't intend to let them go. After looking at each other, they all ran out of the defensive barrier. If they continued to fight Su-chan, they would die. If they wanted to live, they had to get out of the defensive barrier. Do you think you can escape? Su-chan smiled contemptuously. Then he activated the rapid war boots and chased after them like a ghost. In less than a minute, he killed all of them. What terrifying strength! What cruel methods! The onlookers screamed in their hearts. It was rumored that Su-chan's strength was unparalleled, and he was a cruel killer. Today, they saw that he lived up to his reputation. Su-chan put away the holy weapon and looked at the others with narrowed eyes. Wherever he looked, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that an unexpected move would attract Su-chan's attention and bring about a fatal disaster. This is the demeanor of an expert. Shang Fei sighed with emotion when he saw that Su-chan alone was able to suppress hundreds of saint-level existences. Qi Mufeng and the others were also overwhelmed with emotions. They looked at Su-chan with eyes full of admiration. Su-chan looked around and suddenly shouted, People of the 5 super races, put down your sacred weapons and get out. There were only 100 spots for entering the Void Mystery Zone. Even after dealing with the Fan family, there were still a few hundred people left. Therefore, they had to continue cleaning up. The 5 super races had a grudge with him for a long time, so the second batch of targets naturally fell on their heads. Hearing this, the people of the 5 super races began to hesitate. They didn't want to give up the spots for entering the Void Mystery Zone, but Su-chan had already spoken. If it didn't do as he said, they would end up like the Fan family and be wiped out. Although they had more people than the Fan family, their overall combat strength was inferior to the Fan family. The disciples of the Fan family were no match for Su Chun. In Su Chen's eyes, they were probably no more than ants. My patience is limited. If you don't hand over the things and leave, I'll attack, Su Chun said coldly as he looked at the people of the 5 super races. We'll leave now. A Dharma race saint was the first to speak. He threw away the holy weapon in his hand and quickly ran out of the defensive barrier. Although this move was a bit shameful, it was nothing compared to his life. Chapter 1032. Seeing this, the rest of the 5 super races all followed suit. Although they were extremely unwilling, they could not make a second choice in the face of death. Since they were so tactful, Su Chun did not make a move. Instead, he watched their every move. Suddenly, he yelled at one of the night demons, "You stop." That night demon was shocked and panicked. He gritted his teeth and said, "Su Chun, I've already done as you said. What else do you want? Don't you know?" Su Chun stared coldly at the night demon, saint level, and snorted. "I've already said that you can only go out if you hand over the saint weapon. Do you think I'm joking?" He had already observed that there were more than 10 people from the 5 super races who had saint weapons. This night demon saint level was one of them. However, this guy did not hand over the saint weapon. Instead, he hid it and wanted to sneak out with the others. Su Chun could not rub sand in his eyes. Of course, he would not let him go. "Don't slander me. I don't have a saint weapon." The night demon saint level was shocked and scared, but he still tried to argue. "Since you don't admit it, go to hell." Su Chun did not waste time talking to him. He released his mind power to bind him and then punched him, blowing him up on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the people from the other 5 super races trembled violently. That was especially true for those who had originally wanted to hide the sacred artifacts and slip away. They threw away their sacred artifacts without any hesitation and fled. Su Chun picked up the saint weapons one by one. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the rest of the people. After eliminating the Fan family and chasing away the people from the 5 super races, there were still nearly 200 people present. He had to eliminate another group. Gu family, Han family, and Titan race, hand over the saint weapons and get out. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly. These 3 families had a deep grudge with him. Naturally, the third group of people to eliminate fell on them. "Su Chun, I'm the only member of the Titan race. Are you really not going to give us any chance? Are you really going to fight us to the death?" A third stage, Saint Level Titan, roared angrily at Su Chun. Ever since Blue Sea was killed by Su Chun, the Titan race's power has been weakening. The Titan race had placed all their hopes on him, hoping that he would be able to obtain a spot to enter the Void Secret Territory. They hoped that he would be able to find some treasures there to increase his cultivation level quickly and restore the glory of the Titan race. "You Titans think you're qualified to fight to the death with me?" Su Chun sneered. With a move of his feet, he closed in on the Titan giant and raised his hand to punch out. The best way to deal with disobedient people was to kill them. That way, he would be able to intimidate others. This is going too far. The Titan was completely enraged. It also clenched a huge fist and smashed it at Su Chun. Boom! The 2 fists collided rapidly, producing a violent explosion. The Titan giant was directly shattered by the punch. Both of them were 3rd stage sage level. Logically speaking, the Titan giant should have the upper hand in such a head-on collision. However, Su Chun had the ancient God-fiend body, and his physical fitness was far superior to that of his peers. He also used the heavenly strength technique. In terms of physical strength and strength, he was superior to the Titan giant. That was why he could shatter it with one punch. What a terrifying physical body and strength. Su Chun was too strong. Seeing this scene, the surrounding alien races were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Chapter 1033. After killing the Titan, Su Chun seemed to have done something very easy. He clapped his hands and looked at the Gu clan and the Han clan. All of a sudden, everyone from the Han clan and Gu clan became nervous. Su Chen's strength had deeply shocked them. causing their breathing to become abnormally heavy. Su-chun, our Gu clan is willing to hand over all the sacred artifacts and give you some compensation. Can you let us stay? A member of the Gu clan said to Su-chun in a negotiating tone. His name was Gu Tian, and he was a third-stage saint. He was also the strongest member of the Gu clan. Su-chun shook his head and rejected flatly. Hand over the sacred artifact and leave, or die. The Gu clan didn't have a deep feud with him, but the Gu clan was too arrogant. When he was in the Elf continent, there was a guy called Gu Chuan who claimed to be a genius destroyer and even tried to kill him. It was also because of Gu Chuan that Su-chun was very disgusted with the Gu clan and would definitely not let them stay. Gu Tian struggled for a while and finally gave in. After handing over the sacred artifact, he left with the Gu clan members dejectedly. After Han Jinwu, the strongest member of the younger generation of the Han clan, died, there wasn't even a decent expert left. When they saw that Gu Tian had given in, they didn't dare to go against Su-chun. After handing over the sacred artifact, they followed closely behind the Gu clan. After the two clans left, Su-chun counted the number of people, including Qi Mufeng and the others. There were 127 people left. This meant that there were still 27 people to get rid of. Su-chun narrowed his eyes and glanced at the remaining people one by one. Then, he said calmly, "Everyone, we still have too many people. Is there anyone who wants to leave?" Instantly, everyone started to feel uneasy. No one who participated in the competition would leave willingly. However, one could imagine that if no one took the initiative to leave, Su-chun would definitely continue to clean up. So the weaker people from the smaller factions hesitated for a moment. They were more worried about this. If they were targeted by Su-chun, they might not be able to keep their lives. In the end, they gathered together to discuss for a while and took the initiative to leave. There were exactly 27 people. However, when the 27 people left, the defensive barrier did not disappear. This meant that there were still more than 100 people present. However, Su-chun could clearly see that there were indeed 100 people left on the scene. So why did this happen? The others were also very confused. Su-chun frowned and muttered to himself. He suspected that someone had hidden themselves, causing the number of people to exceed 100. Just as he was about to let the intelligent war chariot search, Qi Mufeng walked over and reminded him in a low voice, "Su-chun, the people in the chaos space are also counted." Su-chun immediately realized that there were indeed more than 40 people in the primal chaos space. If they were included in the quota, they would have to clear out more than 40 people. However, the remaining people had no enmity with him, so it was somewhat unreasonable to drive them out without distinguishing between right and wrong. However, if he didn't clean them up, he wouldn't be able to enter the Void Secret Land. Su-chun thought for a moment and finally decided to clear them up. Then, he raised his voice and said to the remaining people, "Everyone, there's a small situation. 50 of you have to leave." He didn't check the exact number of people in the primal chaos space, but it definitely wouldn't be more than 50. It was more than enough to clear out 50 people. What? Hearing this, the remaining people couldn't understand and were very angry. Su-chun had already chased away more than half of them, but he still didn't want to stop. He was really bullying them. Chapter 1034. Su-chun ignored their reactions and said indifferently, "I won't do anything this time. As for who you want to get rid of, that's up to you. But you have to be quick, or I'll chase all of you out." Since he didn't know who to get rid of, he might as well push this matter to the other party. Who could stay would depend on their own abilities. As soon as Su-chun finished speaking, the group of foreign races fell silent. Su-chun's meaning was very clear. He wanted them to kill each other, and only the strong ones could stay. Originally, there was bound to be a fight for the spots. But now, there weren't many people left, and almost all of them were strong. Their strengths were also very balanced. Once they started fighting, the outcome would be hard to predict. Everyone had the possibility of dying. In their hearts, they were all unwilling. But Su-chun had already spoken. Even if they were unwilling, it was not up to them. Just as the group of foreign races were about to move, a slender and beautiful woman walked towards Su-chun. When she was 10 meters away from Su-chun, she stopped and smiled sweetly. Su-chun, I have a better solution. Which force are you from? What's your name? Su-chun fixed his eyes on the other party and asked loudly. My name is Yang Xioli. I'm from the Hidden Spirit Sect, the beautiful woman replied. Hearing this, Chi Mufeng and the others' expressions froze. Su-chun also raised his eyebrows slightly. The Hidden Spirit Sect was a very mysterious sect in the void. They specialized in selling information. Moreover, the information they sold was very reliable. Chi Mufeng knew about the spirit spring of life on the Elf continent. He had bought it from the Hidden Spirit Sect. From this, it could be seen that the Hidden Spirit Sect was very powerful. Tell me your solution, Su-chun said calmly. Yang Xioli chuckled. The solution is very simple. For the remaining spots, we'll buy them. Whoever pays, more will get the spot. Su-chun's eyes lit up. The things that were taken out would naturally belong to him. This way, he would definitely be able to obtain some good things. He didn't need to do anything to solve the problem, and he could even gain something. He was very satisfied with Yang Xioli's suggestion. The other outsiders didn't object either. After all, handing over some things was better than fighting to the death. That's a good suggestion. Su-chun nodded and said, let's start with you. The earlier one bought a slot, the greater the chance of getting it. Since Yang Xioli had made such a good suggestion, the first spot would be reserved for her. I'll use a sacred artifact to buy it. Yang Xioli didn't beat around the bush. She took out a golden gourd from her storage pouch and tossed it to Su-chun. Sacred artifact? Su-chun was overjoyed. Just as he was about to take it, a warning from the swift bird came from the pet feeding space. Master, I feel that the gourd is very dangerous. Su-chun frowned and instantly released his spiritual power to wrap around the golden gourd, fixing it in midair. This action surprised Yang Xioli. However, she quickly recovered and a strange smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Su-chun, you're quite vigilant, but you can't escape from my grasp. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden gourd suddenly expanded. When it reached the size of about 10 feet, an extremely large amount of spiritual power suddenly shot out from the mouth of the gourd and quickly enveloped Su-chun. Chapter 1035. Oh no, it's the Pantheon Golden Gourd. The moment the golden gourd appeared, Shang Chuishan exclaimed with a serious expression. The Pantheon Golden Gourd was a top-level divine weapon, infinitely close to a divine weapon. It contained a vast amount of spiritual power. Once enveloped by the Pantheon Golden Gourd's spiritual power, even a 7th-stage, saint-level cultivator would not be able to break free in a short time. It could be said that Su-chun's current situation was very dangerous. He had almost lost the ability to resist and was reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Huh, Fan Xian laughed wildly. Serves you right. This is the result of your arrogance. He could clearly see that Su-chun was completely bound by the spiritual power. Yang Xioli and the others would not miss this opportunity. They would definitely rush forward and kill Su-chun. Although he could not personally kill Su-chun, he still felt some regret. But as long as Su-chun was killed, he did not care about this. Brother Shang, is Su-chun really out of ideas? Qi Qingchuan asked anxiously. To break the spiritual power binding of the Pantheon Golden Gourd, he would need to use some powerful spiritual power secret technique. Shang Chuishan sighed and changed the topic. Does Su-chun have such a secret technique? I'm not sure. Qi Qingchuan shook his head with a sad expression. There were very few people who had spiritual power secret techniques. Although Su-chun was a full-time cultivator, he mainly relied on the attacks of an evolver. His spiritual power was usually used as a support. Therefore, he did not know that Su-chun had such a secret technique. On the other side, Chi Mufeng and the others rushed over after discovering that Su-chun was trapped. They tried to save Su-chun, but they were stopped by Su-chun. The spiritual power binding him was very strong. Chi Mufeng and the others were too weak. Not only could they not help, but they would also be injured. Su-chun, rumor has it that you have never been defeated since your debut. Do you have a way to escape from me today? Yang Xioli looked directly at Su-chun and sneered. It looked like he was treating Su-chun as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and could be killed at any time. Su Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly. I'm a little curious. I have no enmity with the Hidden Spirit sect. Why are you attacking me? Although he was bound by spiritual power, it was easy for him to break free. That was because the blade was specialized in breaking spiritual power. When he was trapped by Meng, Yi's dream creation space back in the continent, he had used this secret technique to easily break out of it. He did not rush to escape because he wanted to get some information. There are some people you can't offend. You can only blame yourself for your arrogance. Yang Xioli sneered. She turned to the strange race people behind her and said, Everyone, Su Chun is already under my control. If you want to get a place to enter the Void Secret Realm, you have to join forces to kill him. As soon as she said that, all the strange race people were eager to give it a try. They had long disliked Su Chun and did not want to miss the chance to kill Su Chun. Everyone, let's join forces with Fairy Yang to kill Su Chun. A Stage 3 Saint-level strange race person roared. Under his lead, the group of strange race people charged toward Su Chun. Su Chun, remember to keep a low profile in your next life. Yang Xioli sneered. She took out a Saint-level long sword and gathered with the other strange race people. Su Chun is finished. Shang Chuishan sighed. For his point of view, Su Chun was bound by the spiritual power of the Pantheon Golden Gourd. Facing the attacks of so many saints, he would not be able to escape death. Qi Mufeng and the others' faces were also extremely ugly. Even though they knew that they were no match, they did not hesitate to rush over to save Su Chun. Even a level 10 Qi Muyu and Qi Muxue were the same. A bunch of ant-like existences want to kill me. Su Chun smiled contemptuously and released the blade of divine sense. Chapter 1036. All of a sudden, thousands of spirit sense blades appeared around Su Chun. The spiritual energy that was originally wrapped around his body dissipated like paper. Su Chun has a spirit sense secret technique. Shang Chuishan shouted excitedly. That's great. Qi Qingchuan was also excited. Now that Su Chun had broken free from the spirit sense, it was impossible for Yang Xioli and the others to kill him. How could this be? Seeing the spirit sense released by the Pantheon Golden Gourd collapse, Yang Xioli's face turned pale. The outsiders who were charging at Su Chun also stopped at this moment. Their faces were filled with fear. Su Chun, who had regained his freedom, had caused great pressure to the saints of the outsiders before he even made a move. According to Su Chen's style, he would definitely kill them all. If they continued to stay, they would die. With that in mind, the group of non-human saints flew out of the defensive barrier as fast as they could. You want to run now? Do you think you can make it? Su Chun snorted and summoned the golden puppet. He ordered Otetsu, kill them all. Understood. The golden puppet nodded and quickly chased after the saints of the outsiders. After combining 4 saint-level puppets, its strength had soared to the 5th stage of the saint level. It was too easy to deal with a group of low-level saints of the outsiders. Soon, shrill screams were heard. What a powerful puppet! The onlookers inside the barrier were shocked. They had seen saint-level puppets before, but they had never heard of one as powerful as this golden puppet. 5th stage of the saint level. Qi Qingchuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He still remembered clearly that the golden puppet was only at the 4th stage of the saint level when he fought with Su Chun. He didn't expect it to reach the 5th stage of the saint level in just 20 days. It was incredible. At the same time, many of the outsiders began to curse Su Chun. After all, the non-human saints killed by the golden puppet were all on their side. On the other hand, the Han clan, Gu clan, and the 5 super clans who had a deep grudge with Su Chun were rejoicing at this moment. At first, when their clansmen were chased out, they were also very angry. However, looking at the fate of the remaining people, they felt much more fortunate. Su Chun did not help. Instead, his gaze fell on Yang Xioli. When Su Chen's gaze swept over her, Yang Xioli felt as if she was being stared at by a demon. She immediately felt a chill all over her body and involuntarily stepped back. If you dare to move again, I'll make you beg for death. Su Chun stopped Yang Xioli with a cold voice and then asked, Tell me, Did the bastard heaven-scattering Taoist ask you to hurt me? What heaven-scattering Taoist? I don't know. Yang Xioli said anxiously. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. With a cold look in his eyes, Su Chan suddenly released his spiritual force and pressed Yang Xioli to the ground. Su Chan, I'm a member of the Hidden Spirit Sect. If you kill me, the Hidden Spirit Sect will not let you go. Yang Xioli turned pale with fright and shouted loudly. The Hidden Spirit Sect is nothing. I'll eradicate it sooner or later. With a look of disdain, Su Chan manipulated his spiritual force and directly crushed one of Yang Xioli's arms. Ah! Yang Xioli screamed in pain, and her whole face was distorted. I'll give you another chance. Did heaven-scattering Taoist ask you to do this? Su Chan stared at Yang Xioli with a murderous look. Chapter 1037. It's heaven-scattering Taoist who sent me to kill you. Yang Xioli was much more obedient this time and didn't dare to talk back. After learning who was behind this, Su Chan killed Yang Xioli with one punch and then began to collect the fragments and the scattered divine weapons. On the other side, the golden puppet returned to Su Chen's side after killing all the fleeing sages of the alien tribes. Qi Mufeng and the others also gathered around Su Chan. It was also at this moment that the outer defensive barrier began to slowly dissipate, and golden runes began to descend from the sky. These golden runes were the accessories to enter the Void's secret land. They seemed to be very intelligent, and fell on Su Chan and the others one after another, disappearing without a trace. Su Chan opened the chaos space and found that Wu Yazi and the others had also obtained golden runes, so he was relieved. Let's go. After collecting the fragments and divine weapons, Su Chan asked everyone to leave. Su Chan, something's not right. Qi Mufeng pointed forward and reminded him. Su Chan glanced forward and saw a group of alien tribes, led by Fan Xian, gathered together and staring at him covetously. Wait here. I'll go and take a look. Su Chan reminded them and walked forward slowly. He could guess that Fan Xian and the others must be planning to take revenge on him. After all, he had killed all the Fan family members before. Su Chan, how dare you kill the Fan family members? How dare you? Are you going to kill yourself or force us to do it? A short old man stood next to Fan Xian and stared at Su Chan with cold eyes. He was the other sage-level, 6th-stage expert of the Fan family, Fan Xiang. When he received the news that the Fan family's disciples had been slaughtered by Su Chan, he immediately rushed here to kill Su Chan and avenge the Fan family's disciples. Fan Xiang, is your Fan family going to break the rules? Shang Chuishan came to Su Chen's side and asked Fan Xiang coldly. According to the rules of the past, the participants of the Grand Tournament of Starry Sky had to rely on their own abilities, regardless of life or death. No matter who killed him, he could not seek revenge on the other party. By doing so, the Fan family had clearly broken the rules. What rules? Su Chan dared to kill a member of the Fan family, so he must pay with his life. Fan Xian said disdainfully. When Shang Chuishan still wanted to speak, Su Chan interrupted. Senior, let me handle this matter. As he spoke, he swept his gaze over Fan Xian and the others. Aside from the Fan family, who else wants to kill me? The other party thought that he could defeat him just because he was a 6th-stage saint. He was too arrogant. If anyone showed up, he planned to clean them up as well. Su Chan, you've committed all kinds of evil and are extremely cruel. Who knows how many of our people you've killed? Our Han family will not let you off. An old man with small eyes shouted loudly. Su Chan, he is Han Jinni of the Han family, a 6th-stage saint. Shang Chuishan reminded. The Han family, the Fan family. Su Chan thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Is there anyone else who wants to kill me? The Gu family is one of them. Gu Chun, the ancestor of the Gu family, stepped forward and shouted. He himself was a 6th-level Saint Realm expert. Shang Chuishan saw this, and his expression became very serious. 4 6th-stage, Saint-level experts wanted to kill Su Chan. Even if he helped, it would be difficult to save Su Chen's life. The only thing he could do now was to let Su Chen escape. It was a bit embarrassing, but it was better than losing his life. As long as there was life, there was hope. When he was strong enough, he could take revenge. Chapter 1038. Thinking of this, Shang Chuishan whispered to Su Chun, "Su Chun, I'll hold them back in a bit. Hurry and run away." Su Chun understood what Shang Chuishan meant, but was it possible for him to run away without a fight? "Senior, don't worry. They're just a few ants. They won't be able to do anything." Su Chun smiled faintly. Ants? In Su Chin's eyes, a Saint Level 6 was just an ant? Shang Chuishan's mouth was slightly agape, his expression somewhat sluggish. Apart from those from the Fan, Han, and Gu families, everyone else should back off. Don't get splashed with blood. Su Chin shouted, then turned to Shang Chuishan. "Senior, you should leave as well." Shang Chuishan was stupefied. Judging from Su Chin's tone, it sounded like he was going to slaughter the 3 families. But Su Chin was only a 3rd stage saint. Even if he had the help of a 5th stage saint puppet, he still wouldn't be a match for him. At the same time, whispers could be heard from all around. Su Chin is really crazy. He actually wants to challenge the people of the 3 big families? Who gave him the courage? This guy has always been this arrogant ever since he made his debut. But this time, his arrogance has come to an end. Su Chin was only a 3rd stage saint, but he wanted to fight 4 6th stage saints head-on. The onlookers all agreed that Su Chin would die without a doubt. The members of the 5 super races also gathered together to discuss the matter. The Night Demon Ancestor whispered, "This is the perfect opportunity to kill Su Chin. Should we make a move?" "It is indeed a good opportunity. Su Chin killed so many of our clansmen. We can't let him go so easily." The Dharma clan, Sacred Devil clan, and God clan all agreed. The Undead clan ancestor pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Although Su Chin isn't scrupulous in his actions, he's always been certain of victory. Since he made his debut, he's never been defeated. Do you think he'd dare to fight 6th stage saints without any trump cards or preparations?" The Night Demon Ancestor and the others' expressions all changed at the same time. Since Su Chin's debut, he'd killed countless powerhouses from the continent to the void, but no one had been able to suppress him. Moreover, Su Chin seemed to be careless, but in fact, he was prepared. None of those who didn't take Su Chin seriously had a good ending. Just like this time, almost no one thought that Su Chin would win. But the more they were, the more they became alarmed. "Let's just wait and see. Don't get involved," the Night Demon Clan's ancestor said cautiously. The other 4 agreed. "Su Chin, it looks like you're going to fight with us." Fan Xian stared at Su Chin and laughed maniacally. The way he saw it, Su Chin wouldn't be able to escape if 4 6 stage saints joined hands. He was just being stubborn. Su Chin's mouth twitched, and he said disdainfully, "Do you think you're qualified to fight him? You're just a bunch of dead people." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. No wonder he was the god of slaughter. No matter what, he was always so arrogant. The onlookers sighed with emotion. How arrogant! Fan Xiang and the others were furious. They didn't want to let Su Chin continue to be so arrogant. Immediately, an unparalleled murderous aura spread out from their bodies. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the onlookers quickly retreated, afraid that they'd be caught in the crossfire. Su Chin didn't move at all. His expression didn't change at all. He gave off the feeling of a deep abyss and a lofty mountain peak. Just as Fan Xiang and the others were about to make a move, Su Chin's body suddenly rose up, and in the blink of an eye, he became 10 feet tall. At the same time, his aura climbed steadily. After breaking through to 4th stage saint level, he rose to 5th stage saint level. Fan Xian and the others were 6th stage saints, after all. Su Chin didn't let his guard down. He spent 120,000 energy points to exchange for a level 15 full attribute fragment. His cultivation base rose to the 4th level of the saint rank, and after using the Atlas shape-shifting technique, he soared to the 5th level of the saint rank. Chapter 1039. Oh my god, Su Chin has reached the 5th stage of the saint level. How'd he do it? Seeing this scene, there were cries of surprise all around. They saw clearly that Su Chin was only at the 3rd stage of the saint level, but he had reached the 5th stage in the blink of an eye. He was extremely surprised and incredulous. At the same time, he understood why Su-chan dared to challenge a 6th-stage saint level. It turned out that he had a trump card that could allow him to advance at any time. Qi Qingchuan and the others were stunned for a moment, then became excited. Su-chan's combat strength was far superior to his peers. Killing enemies of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. After reaching the 5th stage of the saint level, he could completely crush Fan Xian and the others. This guy really came prepared. The people of the 5 super clans sighed with lingering fear. They had wanted to hit Su-chan when he was down. Fortunately, they had listened to the ancestor of the undead clan and didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered by Su-chan. Fan Xian and the others' expressions changed. Su-chan's advancement to the 5th stage of the saint level was completely beyond their expectations and made them feel heavy pressure. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Su-chan's reputation for killing enemies of a higher level had long been spread. Could they still kill Su-chan? At this moment, Fan Xian and the others were a little uneasy. But at this point, it was impossible to stop halfway. Even if they didn't kill Su-chan, Su-chan wouldn't let them go. So there was only one way left, and that was to kill Su-chan. He's only at the 5th stage of the saint level. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's work together and kill him. Fan Xiang forced himself to be spirited, roared, and rushed towards Su-chan. Han Jiani and the others also understood the reason. They gritted their teeth and followed closely behind Fan Xiang. You're overestimating yourselves. Su-chan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Just as Fan Xian and the other 3 charged closer, 100 long swords with lightning suddenly appeared above his head. Every single one of them emanated terrifying lightning energy fluctuations. Shockingly, they had all reached the level of sacred artifacts. Oh my God! All of them were sacred swords. When the 100 sacred swords appeared, everyone was stunned. They had all seen holy swords before, but to have 100 of them appear at once, the shock it brought to them was incomparable. How'd he do it? Fan Xian widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a deep fear. He really couldn't imagine how one person could control 100 saint swords. If these 100 sacred swords were to attack them, even if they had heaven-defying methods, they could forget about surviving. Gu Chun was scared out of his wits. After a slight hesitation, he turned around and fled. Wait for your death. Su-chan would not let any of them go. He pointed at the 4 of them from a distance. Immediately, the 100 lightning-attributed sacred swords slashed down. As they flew, they constantly gathered together like a river of stars, emitting a bright light and terrifying destructive power. Fight it out with him. Fan Xiang roared desperately and quickly pulled out a shield that was about 10 feet in size to block in front of him. He knew very well that it was too late to escape now. The only way was to fight to the death. But can you block it? Facing the extremely terrifying 100 swords as one killing move, Fan Xian's heart completely collapsed. He stood there in a daze. Han Jinni was also scared out of his wits. Like Gu Chun, he turned around and ran. However, under the cover of the 100 swords as one, everything they did was futile. The next moment, accompanied by a loud explosion, the lightning-attributed sacred swords that had merged into one slashed down rapidly. Fan Xiang and the other 3 were all turned into dust. Not even their bones were left. Chapter 1040. When the smoke dissipated, the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Su-chan with deep respect and fear. Killing 4 6th level saint rank powerhouses in one move, Su-chan's strength was displayed to the fullest. This caused everyone to fall into a deep state of shock. Su-chan put away the shards and the 100 swords, then looked around. Wherever he looked, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that any unexpected movement would attract Su-chan's attention and invite death. Su-chan glanced around and finally set his eyes on the people of the Fan family. Although they were dead, there were still others from the Fan, Han, and Gu families. When Su Chen's eyes swept over them, the Fan family felt their hearts turn cold. They knew very well that Su Chen would not let them go. So, without a word, they scattered and fled. However, it was wishful thinking for them to escape from Su Chen's hands. Su Chen's feet moved, disappearing from the spot like a ghost. Screams of agony could be heard all around. In less than a minute, the Fan family's 3 major factions were all killed. Seeing this, the people around felt their scalps go numb and their hearts become uneasy. They were all worried that Su Chen would attack them as well. After Su Chen returned to where he was, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of the 5 major races. His eyes flashed with cold light. Su Chen, we didn't do anything to you. Being glanced at by Su Chen, the ancestor of the Night Demon clan was scared to death and said in a trembling voice. The 5 major races did have a deep grudge against Su Chen, but after suffering a few losses, they behaved themselves. Even the Void Tournament, their clansmen had done as Su Chen ordered. If Su Chen still did not let them go, they would really want to cry. Since you didn't provoke me, why are you feeling guilty? Su Chen snorted. The Night Demon ancestor gulped and thought to himself, how many people wouldn't feel guilty after being targeted by a killing god like you? However, he could only grumble in his heart. He did not dare to say in front of Su Chen, hand over all your sacred artifacts and scram. Su Chen glanced at the people of the 5 super races and shouted coldly. Although the people of the 5 super races had been very well behaved recently, they had still offended him before. Even if he didn't kill them, he had to make them pay a price. The saint-level ancestors of the 5 super races looked at each other and handed over their saint weapons without any hesitation. They all knew that Su Chen was taking the opportunity to cause trouble. If they didn't hand it over, Su Chen would definitely make a move. Although saint artifacts were precious, they were just worldly possessions after all. In order to save his life, he could only do as Su Chen said. After collecting the saint artifacts, Su Chen said lightly, "Scram." The people of the 5 super races fled as if they had been pardoned. Su Chen then took out the intelligent war chariot and asked Qi Qingchuan and the others to get on. Satoshi returned to the Void Fortress. After everyone got on, Su Chen ordered, "Yes." The intelligent war chariot sped up and flew straight to the Void Fortress. When the alien tribes saw the intelligent war chariot disappear from their sight, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Qi, when will the Void Secret Land open?" On the way back, Su Chen asked. 1 month, Qi Mufeng said straightforwardly. 1 month? Su Chen pondered for a moment. His eyes gradually narrowed, and then he asked, "Where is the Hidden Spirit Sect?" The Hidden Spirit Sect was instructed by heaven-scattering Taoist to send people to kill him. With his temper, he would not let them go. Chapter 1041. It's at least half a month away from here. Qi Mufeng thought for a moment and replied, "Is there a transmission formation to the Hidden Spirit Sect?" Su Chen asked. The Void Secret Land would open in a month. If they went to the Hidden Spirit Sect, by normal means, they would probably be delayed. We don't have one on our side, but there is a transmission formation to the Goose Array City in Blacktooth City, and the Goose Array City is only a few days away from the Hidden Spirit Sect. After Qi Mufeng finished speaking, he asked with some concern, "Su Chen, are you going to eradicate the Hidden Spirit Sect?" With Su Chen's style of doing things, there was a great possibility that he would do so. However, although the Hidden Spirit Sect was a force that sold information, there were also masters in charge. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stand in the void for so long. The Hidden Spirit Sect is probably the force of the heaven-scattering Taoist. I have to get rid of it, Su Chen said straightforwardly. Hearing that, Qi Mufeng did not try to persuade him. He knew about the matter between Su Chen and the heaven-scattering Taoist. Since the heaven-scattering Taoist sent the people of the Hidden Spirit Sect to kill Su Chen, it was understandable that Su Chen would destroy the Hidden Spirit Sect. Behind, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and began to sort out the fragments and the holy weapons that he had snatched. As for going to the Hidden Spirits sect, he had to send Qi Qingchuan and the others back to the Void Fortress first. One day later, Su Chan sorted out the fragments and converted most of the holy weapons into energy points. The total number of energy points reached more than 700,000, which broke the record again. However, as his cultivation continued to rise, the number of points to exchange for the fragments of all attributes also rose. 1. Level 16, all attributes. Fragment was worth 200,000 energy points. Su Chen estimated that the fragments of level 17 all attributes might exceed 300,000. Therefore, although the energy points seemed to be a lot, they could only be exchanged for 2 fragments of all attributes. After some consideration, Su Chan finally kept 600,000 energy points as a backup and exchanged the rest for Constitution Potion. Then, he opened the pet feeding space to observe the promotion of the spiritual pets. After absorbing the energy of the Kongming Stone, under the effect of the Time Accelerator, all the spiritual pets improved rapidly and reached the 3rd stage of the Saint stage. However, the amount of Kongming Stone was limited. Now, less than a quarter of the original amount was left. Su Chan estimated that the Flaming Phoenix and other spiritual pets could only reach the 4th stage of the Saint rank at most. As for the awakened mythological beast, it was already at the 6th level of the Saint rank. As for the 3 mystical fires, after devouring a large amount of black pure stones, they had reached the 3rd level of the Saint rank. Reaching the 4th level of the Saint rank was just around the corner. Su Chen was very satisfied with this result. Then he closed the pet raising space and began to close his eyes to rest. 2 days later, the intelligent chariot returned to the Void Fortress. After putting down Qi Qingchuan and the others, it quickly set off for Blacktooth City. Qi Mufeng, Qi Muxue, and Qi Muyu followed. When they were on the mainland, they followed Su Chun everywhere. Now, they didn't want to be separated from Su Chun. Su Chun didn't care about this. On the way, Su Chun took out 3 bottles of Constitution Potion and gave them to Qi Mufeng and the others. Su Chun, what is this? Qi Mufeng asked. It's a potion that can help you quickly advance to the next level, Su Chun explained. Advance to the next level? Qi Mufeng and the others were surprised. The greatest ambition of a cultivator was to advance to the next level. Knowing that they could quickly advance to the next level, the 3 of them almost roared with excitement. Su Chun, thank you. Qi Muxue expressed her gratitude excitedly. Su Chun nodded slightly and said lightly, do well, there will be more later. Qi Muxue's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded wildly. Chapter 1042. 3 days later, a huge city appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. It was Blacktooth City. Su Chun, are we going in just like this? Qi Mufeng asked nervously. Blacktooth City was the territory of the void beasts after all. Was it really okay to swagger in like this? Don't worry, no one will stop us. Su Chun smiled faintly. The last time he passed through the teleportation formation in Blacktooth City, he was only a 2nd stage Saint rank. He killed 2 Saint-level void beasts in Blacktooth City, and the city lord, Wei Yang, didn't even dare to fart. He even extorted 2 black stones from him. Now that he was a 4th-stage Saint rank, Wei Yang was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him. Satoshi entered the city. Su Chan waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, the intelligent war chariot quickly flew into Blacktooth City, found the hall where the teleportation formation was, and flew down. The sudden intrusion of the intelligent war chariot immediately plunged Blacktooth City into chaos. Soon, a large number of void beasts appeared around the intelligent war chariot and surrounded it. Let's go down, Su Chen called out and slowly walked out of the chariot. Qi Mufeng and the other 2 followed closely behind. After getting out of the chariot, Su Chun put away the intelligent war chariot and glanced around. He said in a commanding tone, tell Wei Yang to come and see me. Human, who do you think you are? How dare you ask our city lord to come and see you? Do you want to die? As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a level 10 void beast pointed at Su Chen's nose and cursed. The void beasts around also stared at Su Chen covetously, their eyes full of anger and hostility. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the level 10 void beast. Then he released his mental power and pulled it in front of him. Then, under the horrified gaze of the void beasts, he slapped it to death. He was a saint-level existence. Seeing that Su Chen had casually killed a level 10 void beast, the crowd gasped. Knowing that Su Chen was a saint, the surrounding void beasts were terrified and kept retreating. But at this moment, a void beast suddenly screamed, "Oh no, he's Su Chen of the human race." Last time, when Su Chen's brain was in Blacktooth City, this void beast had seen Su Chen once, so it quickly recognized him. Su Chen. Was he the god of slaughter, Su Chen? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. After learning Su Chen's true identity, there was a layer of extreme fear all around. All of the void beasts started to tremble, and their eyes were filled with deep fear as they looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's name resounded like thunder. Wherever the rumor reached, it would set off a storm of blood. The last time he came to Blacktooth City, he had killed 2 saint-level void beasts. What was the purpose of this visit? Was he going to massacre the city? Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. Suddenly, a loud roar drifted over from afar. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw 2 saint-level void beasts shooting over. One of them was Blacktooth City's city lord, Wei Yang. Wei Yang is a little bold, Su Chen murmured, quietly waiting for the arrival of these 2 people. After Wei Yang and the saint-level void beast came close, they coldly glanced at Su Chen and questioned, "Su Chen, how dare you? Last time you came to Blacktooth City to do evil, I'll let you go once. This time, you dare to be so presumptuous. Do you really think I can't deal with you? You're quite good at pretending." Su Chen looked at Wei Yang, smiled contemptuously, and then mocked. "Last time, when I killed 2 of your saint-level void beasts in Blacktooth City, you didn't even dare to fart. Now you think you can show off in front of me with one more helper?" Chapter 1043. Wei Yang's face turned red and white. He was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled. Although Su Chen's words were unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. "Su Chen, I heard that you killed many of our clansmen not long after entering the void. A few days ago, you even killed 2 sage-level existences here. Is that true?" The sage-level void beast beside Wei Yang glanced at Su Chen and questioned coldly. "That is indeed the case," Su Chen admitted generously. The other party was obviously denouncing him, but so what? With his current strength, only a 6th-stage sage-level void beast could give him some pressure. And, judging from the aura of the void beast that spoke, it was only a 5th-stage sage level. It was no exaggeration to say that it could crush it with one hand. "Since you admitted it, you have to pay the price. How do you want to die?" The void beast at the 5th stage of the saint rank looked as if it was going to eat Su Chen. Obviously, it was very uninformed. It definitely didn't know about Su Chen's massacre in the void tournament. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to speak in such a tone. Su Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully, "There are too many people who want to kill me. So far, no one has been able to do it. Trash like you are even more delusional. Shameless boasting." Wei Yang rebuked angrily and said loudly, "Su Chen, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you know what kind of existence you are facing? He is Lord Suo Piao, a 5th-stage sage-level existence." A touch of arrogance appeared on Suo Piao's face. He shouted coldly at Su Chen, "Su Chen, kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. I may consider leaving your corpse intact." Is the void beast's brain flooded with water? Qi Mufeng and the other 2 looked at Suo Piao as if they were looking at an idiot. Su Chen could even kill a 6th-stage sage level at will. How dare Suo Piao ask Su Chen to kneel down? He was simply courting death. Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked slowly towards Suo Piao. Since the other party didn't know what was good for him, he could only kill him. Seeing Su Chen's self-satisfied expression, Suo Piao frowned slightly. But he didn't think too much about it. He clenched his huge fist and smashed it towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen turned a blind eye to this. When the opponent's fist was about to hit him, he suddenly released his mental strength. His cultivation had advanced to the 4th stage of the sacred rank, and he had eaten the essence fruit twice. His spiritual power had already surpassed the 5th stage of the sacred rank, and he could easily bind Jaggery. Your Suo Piao, Suo Piao's a Suo Piao, was shocked Suo by Suo Piao Piao. Suo Piao's Piao. Sensing the violent aura emitted by Su Chen, Wei Yong was so scared that his entire body trembled. Only now did he realize why Su Chen was not afraid at all. So it was because of the advancement of his cultivation. But the last time they met, Su Chen was clearly only a 2nd-level saint. How did he manage to level up twice in just a few months? This was too inconceivable. After binding Rugged, Su Chen moved and appeared in front of Rugged like a ghost. Then, under Rugged's terrified gaze, he grabbed him by the neck. Woo-woo. Jaggy was so scared that his face turned white. He wanted to beg Su Chen for mercy, but Su Chen choked him so hard that he couldn't speak. I've already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Su Chen sneered, and then broke the skinny neck with one hand. Crack! His bony neck tilted, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. His life aura was completely gone, and he died just like that. Chapter 1044. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. All the void beasts were dumbfounded, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of deep horror. They would never have thought that the Saint Ranker, a 5th-level Saint Ranker, would not even have the power to resist under Su Chen's hands and be easily killed. Su Chen's strength completely shocked them. How could this be? Wei Yang's face was full of bitterness as he murmured. He never thought that Su Chen would be so strong. With the death of Rugged Bone, his fate could be imagined, because with Su Chen's style of doing things, he would definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, Wei Yang collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his face full of despair. If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? Su Chen shook his head and stepped forward. Su Chen, can you give me another chance? I can give you compensation, a lot of compensation. Wei Yang trembled and begged for mercy. Although he knew that the possibility of Su Chen letting him go was not great, he still had to fight for it. Forget it. You better go down with Rugged Bone. Su Chen curled his lips and stomped his foot. With a loud bang, Wei Yang's whole body burst into a blood mist. Not even his bones were left. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. All the void beasts began to feel uneasy, and a great panic spread in their hearts. It was rumored that Su Chen's favorite thing was to destroy cities and exterminate clans. He had just destroyed Maguang City a few days ago. Then, would he take the opportunity to uproot Blacktooth City? If it were any other time, Su Chen would have destroyed Blacktooth City without mercy, but now he was in a hurry to rush to the Hidden Spirit sect and had no time to waste here. After collecting the fragments, he glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on a 1st-level Saint Rank Void Beast and said lightly, "You, come here." Being called out by Su Chen personally, the Void Beast of the 1st level of the Saint Rank felt its heart stop beating. After hesitating for a moment, he braced himself and walked to Su Chen's side. He respectfully asked, "Senior, what can I do for you? Is there a teleportation array that leads to Wild Goose Array City?" Su Chen glanced at the other party and asked. "Yes." The Void Beast hastily replied. "Take me to that teleportation array," Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. With that, he roared at the surrounding Void Beasts. "Get lost if you don't want to die." In order to ensure absolute safety during the teleportation process, the surroundings had to be cleaned up. Immediately, all the Void Beasts scrambled to escape, and they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Void Beast led Su Chen and the others into the teleportation hall. When they arrived in front of a teleportation array, the Void Beast said respectfully to Su Chen, "Senior, this teleportation array leads to Wild Goose Array City." You can leave now, Su Chun said coldly. Thank you, Senior. The void beast felt as if he had been pardoned. He expressed his gratitude and fled the place. After he left, Su Chun called Chi Mufeng and the others to enter the teleportation array. Then, he activated the teleportation array. After a moment of dizziness, Su Chun's vision gradually became clear. He found himself in another hall. In the hall, there were 3 void beasts, sizing him up with surprised and bewildered gazes. The 3 of you, this should be Wild Goose Array City, right? Su Chun smiled faintly and walked down the teleportation array slowly. Human, who are you? Why are you here? One of the void beasts was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, he shouted at Su Chun. Chapter 1045. It doesn't matter who I am. You just have to tell me if this is Goose Array City. Su Chun rubbed his nose and said calmly, Since you don't want to tell me, then die. The void beast that spoke had a ferocious expression. He roared and charged towards Su Chun. His cultivation had reached level 1 of the sage level. Seeing that Su Chun was young and a weak human, he didn't dare to attack. Therefore, he didn't take Su Chun seriously at all. Why do you have to force me to attack? Su Chun sighed. Then, he threw out a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated in the hall. Bang! What followed was the sound of an explosion. The void beast that charged towards Su Chun was blasted into pieces. What level is he at? The remaining 2 void beasts were dumbfounded. They stood on the spot and couldn't stop trembling. Su Chun had smashed a void beast at the first level of the sacred rank with a single punch. This was an unprecedented shock to them. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. Is this Goose Array City? After Su Chun collected the fragments, his gaze fell on the 2 void beasts as he questioned them. Senior, this is Goose Array City. One of the void beasts swallowed his saliva with difficulty and replied with a trembling voice. Su Chun nodded slightly and didn't pay any more attention to him. He turned around and led Chi Mufeng and the other 2 out of the hall. When the 4 of them walked out of the hall, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Then, a few void beasts flew over. The teleportation hall was an important place in Goose Array City. Su Chun killed a sage-level void beast here, causing a huge commotion. The sage-level void beasts in Goose Array City naturally came over to see what was going on. Cultivators from the myriad races. When they saw the appearance of Su Chun and the other 3, the void beasts were stunned. Wild Goose Array City was the territory of the void beasts. How could the cultivators of the myriad races appear here? Also, where did they teleport from? A 5th-level, saint-level void beast glanced at Su Chun's group and said coldly, Why are you here? Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll tear you to shreds. Su Chun stepped forward and said calmly, We came from Blacktooth City. We're just passing through. Don't get too excited. Borrow the path. Could Blacktooth City allow the practitioners of all races to pass through the transmission array? The void beast's expression froze. Then it said fiercely, Brat, do you take me for a fool? If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chun rubbed his nose and smiled contemptuously. You better keep a low profile in front of me. Otherwise, I might bring destruction to your Wild Goose Array City. Entering Wild Goose Array City was actually just a matter of passing through. If the other party was tactful, he would leave. However, if the other party didn't know what was good for them and insisted on looking for trouble, they could only go on a killing spree. As soon as Su Chun's words fell, the void beasts laughed wildly. Brat, you really know how to show off. Do you know where this is? Are you tired of living? A 3rd-level, saint-level void beast mocked Su Chun mercilessly. The other void beasts also looked at Su Chun as if they were looking at a fool. It was as if Su Chun was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in their eyes. They could kill him at any time. Deputy City Lord, this human killed one of our saint-level clansmen. However, at this moment, 2 void beasts in the transmission hall rushed out and told the 5th-level, saint-level void beast what had just happened. Previously, they were scared out of their wits by Su Chun's strength. However, After the appearance of the 5th level Saint level Void Beast, they became fearless. Chapter 1046. Human, how dare you kill our clansmen? How dare you? Hearing this, the Void Beast flew into a rage. It glared at Su-chan with a bone-chilling gaze. I've already killed them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su-chan curled his lips and replied disdainfully. Haha. The Void Beast was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Boy, you've successfully angered me. I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled the Void Beast with his eyes. The latter understood tacitly, and with a ferocious look, he pounced straight at Su-chan. Boy, this is what you get for acting tough. The Void Beast was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of Su-chan in the blink of an eye. Then, he stretched out his claws, which were emitting an evil light, and grabbed at Su-chan's face. You don't know what's good for you. Su-chan snorted and punched out. When the fist and the claw collided, a violent explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The Void Beast broke inch by inch, starting from his palm. Soon, it spread to all parts of his body. Finally, he was smashed into pieces. The Void Beasts were indescribably horrified when they saw this, and they all gasped in unison. The Void Beast's heart skipped a beat, and a solemn look flashed across his face. He could easily kill a 1st-level Saint rank Void Beast. However, he could never smash it into pieces with one punch like Su-chan did, because the Void Beast's body was extremely strong. He could only do that if he had great strength. Thus, it could be seen that Su-chan's strength had reached an incredible level. His strength was probably not inferior to his. Human, who are you? The Void Beast asked coldly. After knowing that Su-chan was a powerful cultivator, he stopped looking down on him. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Su-chan didn't pay any attention to him. With a move of his feet, he charged straight at the other party. Since it was the other party who made the first move, there was no need for him to show mercy. Arrogant. The 5th level Saint rank Void Beast flew into a rage. It grabbed a pitch-black giant axe and chopped down at Su-chan. From Su-chan's aura, he judged that Su-chan was a 4th level Saint rank cultivator. So what if his strength far exceeded those of the same level? How could he be a match for a 5th stage Saint realm expert? Su-chan turned a blind eye to the incoming axe. His palm glowed with a faint golden light as he reached out to grab it. Seeing this, the Void Beast was stunned for a moment before it became overjoyed. His giant axe was a very high-grade Saint artifact. It was incomparably sharp. Su-chan actually dared to use his physical body to resist. This was simply throwing an egg at a rock. The other Void Beasts also had the same idea. At this moment, they were looking at Su-chan as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, as long as the axe fell, Su-chan would definitely be split in half. Chi Mufeng and the other two were smiling. They weren't worried about Su-chan at all. They had all witnessed the strength of Su-chan's physical body with their own eyes. He even dared to resist the sword-wielding Taoist Saint artifact. A mere giant axe was nothing to him. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the pitch-black giant axe heavily chopped down on Su-chan's palm. However, the scene of Su-chan being chopped into pieces didn't appear as they had expected. The pitch-black giant axe seemed to have chopped down on a hard piece of metal. Not only did it not cause any damage to Su-chan, but it was also firmly grasped in his hand, unable to move at all. How is this possible? Witnessing this incredible scene, all the Void Beasts were stunned. Chapter 1047. The 5th stage Saint-level Void Beast's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't imagine how a weak human could have such a strong physical body and strength. While he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a huge force coming at him. Then, the giant axe in his hand was snatched away by Su-chan. The Void Beast looked at Su-chan in horror, and it couldn't help but take a few steps back. Without the sacred weapon, his combat strength was at least halved. He was definitely no match for Su-chan. At this moment, the thought of escaping immediately appeared in his mind. Not bad. Su Chen looked at the giant axe in his hand and then threw it into his storage bag. This giant axe was of high quality. If it was broken down and converted, he could get at least 7,000 to 8,000 energy points. He was quite satisfied. After putting away the giant axe, Su Chen looked at the void beast and said indifferently, "Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you scared?" Gulp. The 5th stage Saint rank void beast swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with fear. The sacred weapon was taken away. How could he kill Su Chen? Human, this is Wild Goose Array City after all. We still have a level 6 Saint level expert. Don't be too arrogant. Afraid that Su Chen would attack him, the void beast quickly pointed out that there were still experts in Wild Goose Array City to make Su Chen afraid. Su Chen curled his lips and said with a contemptuous smile, "A level 6 Saint level is also an ant in my eyes. I'll kill one if one comes." The void beast wanted to curse Su Chen for boasting shamelessly, but under Su Chen's gaze, it didn't dare to open its mouth. Human, do you really think that there are no experts in Wild Goose Array City? Suddenly, a dignified voice drifted over. As soon as he finished speaking, an abnormally tall void beast shot over rapidly. Its entire body was exuding a strong, murderous aura. This void beast was precisely the Wild Goose Array City's City Lord Duanzong, a 6th level Saint rank expert. 6th level Saint realm. Sensing the berserk aura emitted from Duanzhang's body, the expressions of Qi Mufeng and the other two changed slightly. Su Chen's expression did not change. He sized up Duanzong and said with a smile, "You finally came out. I thought you would continue to be a coward." Before coming here, he had heard from Qi Mufeng that there was a 6th stage Saint-ranked void beast in Goose Array City. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to kill the other void beasts was because he wanted the 6th stage Saint-ranked void beast to show itself. Only then would he be able to capture all of them in one fell swoop and obtain even more fragments. A mere level 4 Saint level human dares to behave atrociously in my Wild Goose Array City. You do have some guts. Duanzong glanced at Su Chen, and a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. He said coldly, "However, those who dare to behave atrociously in my Wild Goose Array City will not have a good ending. You are no exception." As soon as he finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His brows furrowed, and he released a majestic mental power, directly crushing towards Su Chen. He is actually a spirit reader. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Void beasts were known for their strong physical bodies. The void beasts he had killed in the past were all evolvers. This was the first time he encountered a void beast that cultivated mental power. "Kid, let's see how you're going to act cool this time." Seeing that Duanzong was personally making a move, the other void beasts all thought that Su Chen was definitely going to die this time. They all sneered. "Competing with me in mental power? You are too naive." The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he instantly used Atlas shape-shifting technique. When his body rose to a height of 10 feet, he quickly released his mind power. Chapter 1048. Level 5 Saint Stage. Spirit Reader. Seeing that Su Chen's cultivation had risen to level 5 Saint Stage, and he was also a spirit reader, Duanzong was slightly moved, but he quickly recovered. After all, he was one level higher than Su Chen, and he had absolute confidence in his own spirit power. Su Chen competing with him in spirit power was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. In the next moment, two violent spirit powers collided. Duanzhang's expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt that Su Chen's spirit power was like a vast ocean, crushing his spirit power inch by inch. Why is it like this? Duanzong was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Chen's level was clearly one level lower than his. Why was his spirit power crushing him? Of course, he didn't know that Su Chen had consumed the essence origin fruit twice, and his spirit power was even more powerful than a level 6 Saint stage. Being crushed all the way without any preparation was also within reason. Duanzong, who reacted, felt a chill in his heart and was about to smash Su Chen's spirit power with his fist. But he saw Su Chen punch out from afar. Suddenly, he felt his spirit tremble, and a sense of loss appeared in his mind, and he immediately fell into an illusion. Also at this time, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet, and he disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Duanzong. Then he smashed down with a small 5-color mountain that was 10 feet in size. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Duanzong was drowned in it. The city lord is dead. The void beasts in the surroundings were stunned, and even wondered if they were dreaming. Duanzong was a level 6 saint stage existence, and he was also an evolver and spirit reader. In their hearts, he had always been an invincible existence. How could he be so easily killed by a human? It must be an illusion. It must not be real. The void beasts couldn't accept this reality. They rubbed their eyes and looked at Duanzong's original position. But at this time, Su Chen put away the primary 5 extremes mountain. A pile of flesh quickly appeared on the ground, and judging from the remnants of the clothes, it was Duanzong's. When they saw this, an extremely intense feeling of fear spread through the hearts of the spatial beasts. At this moment, they all clearly realized that Duanzong was really killed, and it was an instant kill. Now that Duanzong was dead, would the human in front of them let them go? Upon realizing this, the group of void beasts retreated in fear and trepidation. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Su Chen summoned the golden puppet and ordered, "Otetsu, kill them all." Without another word, the golden armored puppet rushed up and wreaked havoc. Su Chen didn't stay idle either. He locked onto the void beast at the 5th level of the saint rank and easily killed it. In less than a minute, Zhang Xian's expression changed. More than a dozen saint stage void beasts were killed, and Su Chen happily collected the fragments. Then he took out the intelligent war chariot and left Wild Goose Array City with Qi Mufeng and the others. Behind them, Su Chen began to organize the fragments. Under Qi Mufeng's guidance, the intelligent war chariot flew straight towards the hidden spirit sect. 3 days later, the intelligent war chariot flew to a small island and stopped. This island was where the hidden spirit sect was located. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced outside. He sneered. The hidden spirit sect actually didn't set up a defensive barrier. Normally, islands would have a defensive barrier set up around the periphery to prevent outsiders from invading. But there was no sign of a defensive barrier on the island where the hidden spirit sect was located. It was unknown if they were fearless or if they had other arrangements. Chapter 1049. Su Chen glanced at it and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, enter the island. Yes, the intelligent war chariot flew over the island and slowly landed. As soon as it landed on the ground, an old man in a golden robe flew over from a building not far away. This person was obviously from the hidden spirit sect, but when he saw the intelligent war chariot forcing its way in, he did not look angry at all. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. It was as if he had seen a long-lost friend and came out to greet him. Su Chen felt a little strange, but he did not think too much about it. He opened the car door and got out alone. Su Chen, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The golden-robed old man looked at Su Chen and greeted him politely. Su Chen exclaimed softly. The other party's politeness made him a little uncomfortable, so he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Venerable Golden Light, the current sect master of the Hidden Spirit Sect," the golden-robed old man said directly. The sect master of the Hidden Spirit Sect? Su Chen pondered and gradually narrowed his eyes. There was a faint cold light in his eyes. The main purpose of this trip was to destroy the Hidden Spirit Sect. As the sect master of the Hidden Spirit Sect, Venerable Golden Light naturally could not let him go. However, he was a little confused by Venerable Golden Light's actions. "You should know the purpose of my trip, right?" Su Chen stared at Venerable Golden Light and asked coldly. "Of course I know." Venerable Golden Light nodded and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, you must be here to denounce me because of Yang Xioli, right? Since you know, Do you think you can stop me by yourself? Su-chan said. At this moment, he had a lot of doubts. Since the Hidden Spirits sect knew the purpose of his trip, shouldn't they send all their experts? Why did they only send Venerable Golden Light? Did they think Venerable Golden Light could deal with him? Although I'm a 6th level Saint Stage existence, I'm definitely not your opponent. Monk Jingguang generously admitted this point. Then he smiled and said, however, what we had before was actually a misunderstanding. We can completely bury the hatchet of war in a jade and silk. There's no need to fight and kill. Misunderstanding? Su-chan sneered. Your Hidden Spirit sect Yang Xioli personally attacked me, and you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? When Monk Golden Light saw that Su-chan was somewhat angry, he hurriedly explained, although Yang Xioli is a member of our Hidden Spirit sect, she was expelled from the sect 3 years ago. Her attack on you is her personal matter. It has nothing to do with our Hidden Spirit sect. Do you think I'll believe that? Su-chan curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Venerable Master Jingguang's excuse was not convincing at all. He wanted to clear his name after the incident. Venerable Master Golden Light continued to explain, do you know why we banished Yang Xioli? It's because he's a spy planted by Heaven's Scattering Taoist in our Hidden Spirit sect. There's such a thing? Su-chan muttered. If what Monk Jingguang said was true, he really couldn't find trouble with the Hidden Spirit sect. After all, although he acted without scruples, he also had his principles. The other party didn't provoke him, but he slaughtered the whole sect. This was a bit unreasonable. However, he couldn't be sure whether this was true or not. Moreover, he would not be reconciled if he didn't gain anything after coming all the way here. How can you prove that what you said is true? Su-chan questioned. Chapter 1050. I can make a heavenly oath. Venerable Master Jingguang swore solemnly. He really couldn't bring out any evidence to prove it. The heavenly oath had a certain binding force. If he used it to prove himself, it would be somewhat credible. Su-chan was slightly stunned, and then said, then you can make a heavenly oath. Venerable Master Jingguang swore a heavenly oath without hesitation. Seeing that Venerable Master Jingguang was so decisive, Su-chan felt that he shouldn't be lying. Old Master Jingguang, Yang Xioli is a member of the Hidden Spirit sect. After all, even if she was expelled, she still has an unavoidable responsibility, right? Su-chan said casually. He couldn't destroy the Hidden Spirit sect, but he should at least get some benefits. Otherwise, how could he be reconciled? Venerable Master Jingguang understood immediately and laughed. Of course, the Hidden Spirit sect is responsible. For this, we will give you some compensation. Su-chan nodded slightly and felt that Venerable Master Jingguang was very sensible. The Hidden Spirit sect mainly collects and sells information. We will give you some secret information for free as compensation. Is that okay? Venerable Master Jingguang continued. Su-chan thought for a moment and reminded, I don't care about ordinary information. Although secret information was not as satisfying as material objects, some valuable information was definitely not to be belittled. For example, Qi Mufeng's news of the spirit spring of life was very tempting. What kind of information do you want to know? Venerable Master Jingguang asked. In order to satisfy Su-chan, he simply lets Su-chan ask, is there any information about the origin stone? Su-chan probed. Currently, the thing that could help him the most was the origin stone, because he had a godly puppet from the machinery clan. As long as he installed the origin stone, it could be awakened. By then, Heaven Scattering Taoist would no longer be a threat to him. However, he also knew that the number of origin stones in the world was very small. Recently, he had asked many people about it, but it was to no avail. Even if the Hidden Spirit sect was a sect that collected information, there should be very little information about the origin stone. He was just asking casually and did not have much hope. When Venerable Master Jingguang heard this, his expression changed. He knew that the origin stone was the source of power for the godly puppet. However, something like this was definitely a rare item in the world. Naturally, very few people knew about it. and he just so happened to know something about it. Monk Jingguang hesitated for a moment before saying, "There seems to be an origin stone in the heavenly altar Huan Yu." Su Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, "Are you sure?" He was already planning to make a trip to the heavenly altar Huan Yu. If there were still origin stones there, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It's just hearsay. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Venerable Master Golden Light replied. Then he reminded, Su Chun, you'd better not go to the Temple of Heaven rashly. Su Chun nodded and didn't say anything. Not only was there a large amount of spatial turbulence in the Temple of Heaven, there were also many terrifying creatures. However, in order to awaken the divine beast and advance to the deity realm as soon as possible, he had to make a trip there. Of course, he would only go there on the premise that he had sufficient strength. Old Jean, do you know where there are top-notch ores? Su Chin calmed down and continued to ask. If the group of spirit pets and the 3 exotic fires wanted to level up quickly, they couldn't do without top-notch ores. Moreover, the ores that he had obtained from the secret realm were almost used up. He had to replenish them. Since Venerable Master Golden Light knew the whereabouts of the origin stone, he should know where the top-notch ores were like the back of his hand. Chapter 1051. Aren't you going to the Void Secret Realm? There are a lot of high-quality ores there, Monk Jingguang said. Oh. Su Chen nodded. Qi Mufeng had said that there were many good things in the Void Secret Realm that could improve one's cultivation. If Monk Jingguang hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. Old Jingguang, let's meet again if fate wills it. Su Chan said goodbye and prepared to leave. Now that he knew the whereabouts of the origin stone, this trip was not in vain. He had to hurry back and not delay the opening of the Void Secret Realm. Okay, let's meet again if fate wills it. Meng Jingguang let out a long sigh of relief. Su Chun didn't leave, which made him feel pressured. Now, he could finally relax. Su Chun didn't say anything else and turned to walk toward the intelligent war chariot. Unexpectedly, before he took a few steps, the swift bird suddenly warned him, Master, there's a powerhouse rapidly approaching us. How strong? Su Chun didn't pay too much attention. It seems to be a 7th-stage saint-level powerhouse, the swift bird replied with a trembling voice. 7th stage saint-level? Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He didn't care about a 6th-stage saint-level powerhouse, but 7th-stage saint-level powerhouse was enough to pose a threat to him. However, was the other party coming for him? He couldn't be sure yet. Soon, a golden spaceship flew over from not far away. It was almost as fast as the intelligent war chariot. Mo Songhai of the Beilu Mountain. Why is he here? Monk Jingguang whispered with a grave expression. Mo Songhai was not only a 7th-stage saint-level powerhouse, but he also had a 6th-stage saint-level puppet. It could be said that he was abnormally strong. His sudden appearance caused Monk Jingguang to feel uneasy. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He suspected that Mo Songhai came for him. If so, even if he wanted to leave, the other party would definitely stop him. Rather than that, it was better to wait and see. When the golden spaceship came close, the moment the cabin door opened, an old man with a cold expression walked out. The man narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Chan. He said coldly, You're Su Chan, right? Yes, what's the matter? Su Chan said indifferently. I came here mainly for 2 things. If you agree to both of them, I won't make things difficult for you, Mo Songhai said very naturally. Tell me about it. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said calmly. Even though the other party was a 7th-stage saint ranker, he wasn't afraid at all. Because he had stored a large amount of energy points, he could raise his cultivation to level 5 saint rank at any time. As expected of the god of slaughter, you do have some guts. Seeing Su Chen's fearless and calm look, Mo Songhai praised him and then said, Hand over your golden puppet and heaven-scattering Taoist things, and I can spare your life. Are you sent by heaven-scattering Taoist? Su Chan gradually narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. If the other party was really sent by heaven's scattering Taoist, he would definitely not let him go. You don't need to know that. You just have to say whether you want to hand them over or not. Mo Songhai snorted with an arrogant look. At the same time, a huge pressure emanated from his body. Meng Jingguang was affected and kept retreating. In the intelligent chariot, Qi Mufeng and the other two people changed their expressions greatly. They had already perceived that Mo Songhai was definitely a 7th-stage saint ranker. He was 3 levels higher than Su Chun. Could Su Chun still be a match for him? At this moment, they were extremely worried. Chapter 1052. What if I don't hand it over? Su Chun snorted. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right here. Mo Songhai's face darkened, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It looked like he had Su Chun in his grasp. Kill me? Su Chun curled his lips and said disdainfully, I'm afraid you don't have the right to do that. As soon as his words left his mouth, his body suddenly rose. When he reached a height of 30 meters, he quickly spent another 200,000 energy points to exchange for a level 16 all-attribute fragment. In this way, his cultivation instantly soared to the 6th stage of the Saint stage. Shameless boasting. Do you think you could be rampant in front of me just because you have some strength? Today, I'll show you what a real powerhouse is. Mo Songhai sneered. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. At this moment, he clearly felt that Su Chen's aura had reached the 6th stage of the Saint stage. However, he had received news that Su Chun was only a 4th-stage Saint stage. Even if he used a transformation technique, he could only reach the 5th stage of the Saint stage. Why was he now a 6th-stage Saint stage? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? Thinking of this, Mo Songhai's scalp tingled. He had heard of Su Chen's powerful combat strength. Killing enemies of a higher level was like child's play to him. The reason why he dared to come and force Su Chun was that he was 2 levels higher than Su Chun. He thought he could crush Su Chun. However, in the current situation, Su Chun was indeed a 6th-stage Saint stage. How could he crush Su Chun? He might even lose his life here. Su Chun has advanced. Meng Jingguang was extremely shocked. According to the information he had collected, Su Chun had just broken through to the 4th stage of the Saint stage during the Starry Sky Grand competition. This information couldn't be wrong. It meant that Su Chun had advanced again in just a few days. However, what he couldn't understand was that it was extremely difficult to break through to the Saint level. It would easily take decades or even centuries. Su Chen's terrifying advancement speed was unheard of and rarely seen in the world. He was definitely one of the most monstrous geniuses in the world. After learning that Su Chun had leveled up, Qi Mufeng and the others were overjoyed. The worry in his heart had also disappeared. You hid your strength? Mo Songhai stared at Su Chun in a daze. The corner of his mouth began to tremble. He didn't think that Su Chun could advance in such a short period of time, so he suspected that Su Chun was hiding his cultivation. It's none of your business. Su Chun smiled contemptuously and provoked. Didn't you want to kill me? Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Mo Songhai swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Su Chun, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it to heart. Su Chun had already reached the 6th stage of the Saint stage. He didn't dare to fight with Su Chun. He could only try his best to say some nice things and pray that Su Chun wouldn't lower himself to his level. Monk Jingguang's eyes were filled with disdain. Mo Songhai was extremely arrogant before and kept saying that he wanted to kill Su Chun. However, after Su Chun leveled up, he changed his attitude and acted like a grandson. This was simply a disgrace to the 7th stage of the Saint stage. He didn't even want face. A joke? Su Chun sneered and said indifferently, Since you don't dare to attack, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet moved, and he transformed into a streak of light that charged towards Mo Songhai. You're going too far. Mo Songhai gritted his teeth and swung an iron rod that flickered with starlight at Su Chun. Since Su Chun didn't want to let him go, he could only fight with all his might. Chapter 1053. Suchin suddenly stopped halfway. This unexpected action made Immo Songhai very uncomfortable. The iron staff in his hand stopped in midair. Not knowing what Suchin was doing, he quickly opened his storage bag and summoned a puppet of the 6th stage of the Saint stage to defend himself. Suchun, let's stop here. I'll pretend that nothing happened. After summoning the puppet of the 6th stage of the Saint stage, Immo Songhai had calmed down from his previous panic. He was no longer so afraid of Suchun. Suchun didn't say anything, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immo Songhai saw this, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from behind him. A sneak attack. Immo Songhai shuddered and quickly turned around. In his line of sight was another Suchun, who was holding a 5-colored mountain and smashing it down on his head. How can there be two Suchun? Immo Songhai felt extremely strange. Just as he was about to block, Suchun punched him from afar. Soon after, a sense of confusion surged into his heart. All the movements of his hands also came to a halt. Suchin's second primordial spirit took the opportunity to smash down the integrated 5 extremes mountain. Immo Songhai's puppet of the 6th stage of the Saint stage saw that something was wrong and raised its arms to block the integrated 5 extremes mountain. However, it obviously didn't expect the weight of the integrated 5 extremes mountain. After a slight contact, it was directly pressed to the ground. Immo Songhai also fell to the ground with it. At this moment, he had broken free from the illusion. However, being pressed to the ground by the integrated 5 extremes mountain, he had lost the ability to resist. Suchun is too strong. Seeing Suchun capture Immo Songhai like a rabbit, Monk Golden Light was shocked. He had long guessed that Immo Songhai would not be Suchin's match, but he did not expect Immo Songhai to be so weak. Under Suchin's hands, he didn't even have a chance to resist. However, he was also clear about one thing. Immo Songhai was by no means a weakling. The reason for this situation to occur could only mean that Suchun was far stronger than the rumors said. A piece of trash like you wants to kill me? Suchun slowly walked forward and sneered. As he walked, a pitch-black battle saber appeared in his hand. The cold light on it was dazzling. Suchun, I was also bewitched by heaven's scattering Taoist. Please give me another chance. Immo Songhai begged loudly. At this moment, he'd been reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his life was in the hands of Suchun. If he wanted to live, he could only beg Suchun to show mercy. What's the point of keeping trash like you? Suchun curled his lips and chopped down with his saber. With a crack, Immo Songhai's head separated from his body. He's killed so easily, Venerable Master Jingguang sighed in his heart. Immo Songhai was a famous expert in the 7th stage of the saint level. He could have been free and unfettered in the void. He shouldn't have provoked Suchun. He only had himself to blame for losing his life. After collecting the fragments, Suchun said goodbye to Venerable Master Jingguang. Then he got on the intelligent war chariot and left. How can there be such a monster in the world? Venerable Master Jingguang sighed deeply as he looked at the place where the intelligent war chariot disappeared. Suchun, shall we return to the Void Fortress or go somewhere else? On the way, Chi Mufeng asked, Let's return to the Void Fortress. Suchun thought for a moment and replied, Previously, they came here through the transmission formation. However, after the commotion, the Void Beast must be on guard. It would be unsafe to return through the transmission formation. If they could only fly back, they would be running out of time. If they went somewhere else, it was likely to delay the opening of the Void Secret Land. Chapter 1054. Behind him, the intelligent war chariot flew straight towards the Void Fortress. The first few days were peaceful, but on the 5th day, the swift bird reminded him, Master, I feel that someone has been spying on us. Someone is following us. Suchin frowned slightly and asked, It's not following us. It's like someone is secretly observing us, but they're very far away from us, the swift bird explained. Suchin pondered for a moment, then ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, search. The intelligent war chariot had been upgraded to level 14, and its search range had reached 200,000 kilometers. If someone was really lying in ambush nearby, it would be able to find some clues. Master, I didn't find anything. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and immediately replied, Ignore it. Let's continue our journey. Since he couldn't find any traces of the other party, Su Chun simply ignored it. The intelligent war chariot continued to fly for 2 days, and when they passed by a group of meteorites, the swift bird reminded him again, Master, the dangerous signal has been found. It's among the meteorites. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the meteorites. Suddenly, a white light shot out and quickly arrived in front of the intelligent war chariot. Then, after condensing, it turned into the shadow of a void beast. Su Chun, I have something to talk to you about. The void beast's shadow glanced at the intelligent war chariot and said coldly. Su Chun didn't think much about it, opened the door, and walked out alone. He raised his voice and said to the void beast's shadow, It's you who has been spying on us these few days, right? Yes. The void beast's shadow admitted generously. What's your purpose? Su Chun asked. The other party had been following him for several days, so there must be a purpose. Since you entered the void, you've killed many of our people, right? The void beast didn't answer the question and asked back. Su Chun nodded and waited for the other party to continue. Since you've admitted it, let's continue our discussion. The void beast's silhouette cleared its throat and said in a deep voice, Those who oppose us void beasts will not have a good ending, especially those like you who have killed countless of our clansmen. You will suffer our crazy revenge. However, this old man cherishes talents, so I can give you a chance to live. Tell me. Su Chun rubbed his nose, his expression calm. The void beast phantom's expression was solemn as it said coldly, Submit to us void beasts, or we'll destroy you. You? Su Chen's face was filled with disdain. The other party was just an illusion, yet he dared to boast about destroying him. What a joke. This old man gave you a chance. Since you didn't grasp it, then die. The void beast's phantom sneered. Suddenly, the group of meteorites behind him shook violently. In the next moment, all the meteorites gathered in one place. After a few breaths of time, they formed into a meteorite giant that was hundreds of meters tall. What is this? Qi Mufeng and the other two were stunned. At the same time, the void beast's phantom flew to the meteorite giant's head and then disappeared between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, a berserk aura of a 7th-level Saint realm swept out from his body. Ha! The meteorite giant suddenly laughed wildly and stared at Su Chun with his huge eyes. He said coldly, Su Chun, now you know fear? You're too naive. Su Chun shook his head with a look of contempt. He didn't take the other party seriously at all. Indeed, the meteorite giant's huge body gave people a very shocking feeling. But it was only a level 7 saint level after all. It wasn't qualified to show off in front of him. Chapter 1055. You're about to die, but you still dare to be stubborn. Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. The meteorite giant roared, clenching a fist the size of a hill and smashing it straight at Su Chun. Suddenly, a violent wave of air pressed down from above, and the entire void turned pitch black. The intelligent war chariot was affected and was blown several miles away. Qi Mufeng and the other two in the chariot felt the pressure. Their faces changed drastically, and their breathing stopped. At the same time, they were worried about Su Chun. In the face of the meteorite giant's devastating punch, could Su Chun withstand it? Insignificant skill. Su Chun sneered, and his body suddenly rose to more than 10 feet away. Then he released his spiritual force to wrap around his fist, and at the same time, he ran the golden scale arm and the heavenly strength technique. Then he turned into a flash of light and rushed straight at the huge fist falling from the sky. Su Chun was going to fight head-on. Seeing this scene, Qi Mufeng and the other two's hearts stopped beating. You're overestimating yourself. A trace of disdain flashed across the meteorite giant's mouth, and then he increased his strength, vowing to kill Su-chun with one punch. The next moment, Su-chun and the meteorite giant's fist collided. It was a loud bang. The meteorite giant's mountain-like fist exploded, and suddenly it was torn apart, turning into pieces of meteorites again. It was like a meteorite rain, shooting in all directions. Su-chun is too fierce. Seeing Su-chun smash the meteorite giant's fist, Chi Mufeng and the other two roared excitedly. How could this be? The meteorite giant was dumbfounded as it watched its huge fist completely shatter. Regardless of whether it was Su-chun's physical body or strength, he was actually strong to such an extent, which really surprised him. But at this moment, Su-chun flew to the meteorite giant's head, directly summoned 100 holy swords, and slashed down from the sky. So many thunder-type holy swords. The meteorite giant was so shocked that he even forgot to defend. Puff! The 100 holy swords merged into a giant sword that was more than 10 feet long, and it went straight into the meteorite giant's head. With a stir, the meteorite giant's head fell apart. At the same time, it was accompanied by a shrill scream. The next second, the entire meteorite giant collapsed. Su-chun is too invincible. Looking at Su-chun's figure from afar, Chi Muyu's eyes were filled with infatuation as he sighed with emotion. Even the meteorite giant, who was 100 zhang tall and had a cultivation level of 7th-stage saint rank, was no match for Su-chun. Su-chun's valiant and invincible image gradually left a mark in her heart. Don't let me find a real body. Su-chun, Su-chun's to kill, to the heavens to die. Although he had destroyed the void beast's shadow, it did not drop any fragments, which made him very unhappy. Su-chun, that void beast, seems to be Li Ka-chuan from Silent Sound Island. Chi Mufeng reminded Su-chun when he returned to the car. Silent Sound Island. Li Ka-chuan, Su-chun murmured. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Is it the Silent Sound Island near the void ruins?" "Yes." Chi Mufeng replied affirmatively. "The next time I go to the void ruins, I can wipe out Silent Sound Island." Su-chun narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. The void ruins was a place he learned from the two immortal element grasses. Even heaven's scattering Taoist attached great importance to this place. Obviously, there was a big secret hidden there. He was definitely going to find out what was going on. Li Ka-chuan dared to attack him, so he could use this as an excuse to destroy Silent Sound Island. Chapter 10:56. Behind them, the intelligent war chariot continued to fly toward the Void Fortress. It took them 7 days to reach the Void Barricade. However, to their surprise, the atmosphere in the Chi family was quite solemn, as if something big had happened. Su-chun and the other 3 entered the Void Fortress. When they were about to ask someone about it, Chi Mulei hurried over. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed rather anxious. "Brother, what happened to our family?" Chi Mufeng was puzzled. "I'll tell you later," Chi Mulei replied. Then, he turned to Su-chun and said, "Su-chun, quickly leave the Void Fortress and find a place to hide." "Why?" Su-chun was puzzled. Chi Mulei hesitated for a moment and said, "Feng Zan from the Feng family has come to challenge you. It'll be too late if you don't leave now." "The Feng family? Feng Zan?" Su-chun was even more puzzled. He didn't have any grudges with the Feng family. Why did they want to challenge him? And, judging from Chi Mulei's anxious look, could it be that this Feng Zan was very powerful? Upon hearing the name of the Feng family, Chi Mufeng and the other two's faces darkened. "Brother Chi, is Feng Zan very powerful?" Su-chun looked at Chi Mulei and asked. "Feng Zan is a 6th-stage saint-level practitioner," Chi Mulei said straightforwardly. Su-chun was a little disdainful. A 6th-stage saint-level practitioner was no different from an ant in his eyes. He could kill him with one hand. However, Chi Mulei should know this very well. Why did he look so worried? Could there be more to it? "Brother Chi, what's going on?" Su-chun asked in a low voice. Qi Mulei knew that Su Chan would not leave if he did not explain the situation clearly. So he explained, the Feng clan is ranked first among the 10 great hidden clans, and their relationship with the Han clan and Gu clan has always been good. You destroyed the experts of the Han clan and the Gu clan. The Feng clan is very unhappy, so they came here to find trouble with you. If they want to cause trouble for me, they need to have the ability to do so. Su Chan snorted and continued. The Feng clan only sent Feng Zan to challenge me, yet they are so confident. During the Starry Sky Grand Competition, he had killed 4 6th-level Saint rank powerhouses with a single slash. His terrifying strength was on full display. A mere 6th-level Saint ranker dared to challenge him? Could it be that water had entered his brain? Qi Mulei explained, Phoenix Hairpin is a magic psychic. He knows that you're a full-time cultivator, so it's very likely that he'll challenge you to a match of magic power. Hee. A disdainful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. It was true that his profession as an evolver was the most powerful, but the magic psychic was not inferior to him. Especially now, he had successfully integrated the 3 elements of magic. Not to mention a magic psychic at the 6th level of the Saint rank. He could even kill a 7th level Saint rank. Phoenix Hairpin dared to compete with him in magic power, which was tantamount to shooting himself in the foot. Seeing Su Chen's relaxed look, Qi Mulei reminded him, Feng Leha, the ancestor of the Feng clan, is also here. He is a cultivator at the 7th level of the Saint rank. In addition, Phoenix Hairpin's grandfather is Xiao Zhan, the fort master of the Black Cloud Castle, a super powerhouse at the 8th level of the Saint rank. The Feng clan is quite powerful. Su Chen muttered to himself. The 8th level of the Saint rank could indeed pose a threat to him, but he had saved some energy points, which were enough for him to advance to the 6th level of the Saint rank. Once he advanced to the 6th level of the Saint rank, he could also defeat the 8th level of the Saint rank. However, recently his speed of advancement had been too fast. It was very likely to attract the attention of Heaven's Scattering Taoist. He would not choose to advance unless he had no other choice. However, since the other party had come to challenge him, Su Chan would never flinch. He said to Qi Mulei, Brother Qi, take me to meet the people of the Feng clan. Chapter 1057. Su Chan, we're going to the Void Secret Land soon. Don't cause any trouble. Let's hide for now. Qi Mulei advised. After interacting with Su Chan for some time, he more or less understood Su Chen's temper. If they really met with the Feng family, there might be a bloodbath. It wouldn't matter if it was an ordinary force, but the Feng family wasn't an ordinary force. Not only was Feng Leha a stage 7 Saint-level expert, but he also had the support of Xiao Zhan from the Black Cloud Fort. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for them, right? It's okay. Brother Qi, just bring me there. Su Chen said indifferently. Qi Mulei still didn't want to agree. Just as he was about to continue persuading, Qi Mufeng said, Big brother, let's listen to Su Chen. Once Su Chen made up his mind, no one could stop him. Moreover, with Su Chen's current strength, a mere Feng family was really not enough to deal with him. Therefore, there was no need to worry about Su Chen. Qi Mulei looked at Qi Mufeng in a daze and didn't know what to say. The Feng family is here. At this moment, Qi Muyu pointed to the front and reminded. Su Chen squinted his eyes and saw a group of people walking towards them. Qi Qingchuan, Shang Chuishan, and the others were among them. There were 2 unfamiliar men in the group. One of them was about 50 years old. He had a strong back and a strong waist. His steps were vigorous, and he had the aura of a superior. The other man was about 27 or 28 years old. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were sharp. These 2 people were Feng Leha and Feng Zan from the Feng family. You're Su Chen. When the group came closer, Feng Leha squinted his eyes and looked at Su Chen. Yes, Su Chen said calmly. Feng Leha snorted and questioned, You haven't been in the void for long, but you've already annihilated many forces. You're quite bold. What does courage have to do with you? What can you do about it? Su Chen replied disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qi Qingchuan and the others froze. In any case, Feng Leha was a 7th level saint rank powerhouse. Suchin actually didn't give him any face at all. Wasn't this too arrogant? I've long heard that you have no scruples in doing things and that you don't care about anyone. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Feng Leha's mouth twitched slightly. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. On the side, Feng Zan's face was gloomy as she coldly rebuked. Suchun, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Do you know what kind of existence you are facing? Brother Feng, Suchun might not know your identities. Please don't mind him. Seeing that the situation was at daggers drawn, Qi Qingchuan hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Feng Leha snorted coldly. His anger hadn't subsided yet. Feng Zan said arrogantly, Suchun, listen carefully. We're from one of the top 10 hidden families, the Feng family. You just offended us. Why aren't you kneeling down and begging for our forgiveness? It's over. The hearts of Qi Mulei and the others skipped a beat. Feng Zan, this idiot, dared to humiliate Suchun. She was simply courting death. With Suchin's temper, this matter wouldn't end well. Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Feng Zan. Then, he turned to Feng Leha and said, Why is the Feng family looking for me? Feng Leha said straightforwardly, The Han family and Gu family have a partnership with our Feng family. You slaughtering them is going against our Feng family. And then, Suchin said lightly. Feng Leha smiled gloomily. Our Feng family follows the rules. I'll send someone to challenge you. Don't tell me you're planning to let this trash challenge me? Suchan pointed at Feng Zan and said contemptuously. Chapter 1058. Feng Zan's face turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth and growled. Suchun, do you want to die? As the most talented magic psychic in the history of the Feng family, he was humiliated by Suchun in front of his face, causing his anger to reach its peak. Suchun, I know you're a full-time cultivator. Do you dare to compete with me in terms of magic power? Feng Zan calmed down and raised his voice to provoke. Although he was conceited, he knew that if Suchun used all his strength, he would definitely not be his opponent. However, if they only competed in terms of magic power, he was 100% sure that he could kill Suchun. Sure, Suchun did not hesitate at all. Qi Qingchuan and the others were a little worried and felt that Suchun was a little arrogant. They had seen Suchun's strength as an evolver, but it was rare for Suchun to use the means of a magic psychic. Feng Zan was an extremely powerful magic psychic, and his cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the saint rank. Could Suchun be his opponent? Feng Leha's lips curled into a sinister smile, and then he reminded, Remember what you said. You can only use magic power, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Suchun curled his lips. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to prepare to collect the corpses of your Feng family members. Hearing this, the hearts of Qi Qingchuan and the others trembled. Suchun was going to be ruthless, but could he really kill Feng Zan? Moreover, once Feng Zan was killed, would Feng Leha sit back and do nothing? After all, Feng Leha was a 7th stage saint rank powerhouse. Was Suchun not worried about Feng Leha's anger at all? Suchun, you must calm down. Shang Chuishan reminded him anxiously. No one can stop what I, Suchun, want to do. Suchun's expression was solemn as he said this. Then he looked at Feng Zan and raised his voice. Feng Zan, come out and die. Arrogant. Feng Zan couldn't take it anymore. She took a step forward and looked straight at Suchun. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and the others silently retreated, leaving the battlefield to Suchun and Yi Zichen. Suchun, it's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Once I make a move, you won't have another chance. Feng Zan glanced at Suchun with an arrogant expression. You're just an ant. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Hurry up. Suchun snorted disdainfully. You're courting death. Feng Zan roared and slowly raised his hands. In the next moment, a ball of light began to gather in each of his palms. In his left hand was a ball of dancing flame, and in his right hand was a ball of lightning. Fire and lightning dual-element magic. Dual-elemental magic psyche master. Qi Qingchuan and the others were moved. Generally speaking, a dual elemental magic psychic was much more powerful than a single elemental magic psychic. Feng Zhan's strength must be much stronger than the average 6th-stage Saint-level psychic master. Qi Mufeng was a little disdainful. Su Chun was an all-element psychic master, and Feng Zhan was only a dual-element psychic. In front of Su Chun, she was a joke. After Feng Zhan released the dual-element magic, she suddenly put her hands together. The two types of magic in his hands fused together easily. At the same time, a violent wind and lightning magic fluctuation spread out. The wind and lightning magic merged. Seeing this, Qi Qingchuan and the others were stunned. It was the first time they saw magic of different elements merge together. Moreover, the merged magic exuded a terrifying power that made their breathing become abnormally heavy. At the same time, they began to worry for Su Chun. Haha, Su Chun, now you know how powerful I am? Feng Zhan let out a wild laugh. Chapter 1059. Interesting, but in my eyes, you're still an ant. Su Chun smiled contemptuously and released his magic. Suddenly, red, blue, and white rays of light blossomed in his palm. Tri-elemental magic. Su Chun was actually a tri-elemental psychic. Qi Qingchuan roared excitedly. He knew that Su Chun was a psychic, but he didn't expect Su Chun to be a tri-elemental psychic. Full-time cultivator, tri-elemental psychic. Too monstrous. Feng Lei was shocked. At the same time, a murderous intent quietly appeared in his heart. For a genius like Su Chun, if he couldn't be used for himself, he had to take the opportunity to destroy him. Otherwise, he would definitely threaten the Feng family. Why is he a tri-elemental psychic? Feng Zhan kept shouting in his heart. All along, he had thought that no one could beat him in terms of talent as a psychic. But Su Chen's identity as a tri-elemental psychic gave him a heavy blow. It made him extremely unwilling and angry. Su Chun, don't be complacent. Even if you have tri-elemental magic, you're definitely not a match for fusion magic. I can still kill you. Feng Zhan laughed sinisterly. Tri-elemental magic was very powerful, but in front of fusion magic, it couldn't withstand a single blow. He had absolute confidence that he could completely destroy Su Chun. Feng Zhan is too arrogant. Qi Mufeng sneered in his heart. As early as when he was in the Elf continent, Su Chun could already fuse ice and fire magic. Feng Zhan was still too young to compete with Su Chun in terms of talent and magic. You think you're the only one who can fuse magic? Su Chun stared at Feng Zhan and smiled contemptuously. As soon as he finished speaking, the tri-elemental magic in his hand quickly fused together. Moreover, the power emitted far surpassed Feng Zhan's dual magic by a large margin. Although he was only a level 5 saint, one level lower than Feng Zhan. However, the tri-elemental magic had fused with the concretes, and the power was far beyond the same level. Plus, it was a tri-elemental fusion, so it was naturally more powerful than a dual elemental fusion. Oh my god, the fusion of 3 elements. Qi Qingchuan and the others were completely stunned. Qi Mufeng's expression also froze. He only knew that Su Chun had fused 2 types of magic, but he never thought that he could also fuse 3 types of magic. At this moment, he roared in his heart. As expected of Su Chun, a peerless genius. How'd he do it? Feng Lei's eyes widened and he was stunned. Why? Feng Zhan was completely dumbfounded. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit that Su Chen's talent in magic was far beyond his own. Feng Zhan, didn't you want to destroy me? Let's just touch it. Su Chun pursed his lips and raised his hand to release a tri-elemental fusion spell. In an instant, a terrifying wave of magic swept towards the phoenix hairpin. Feng Zhan was so frightened that her whole body began to tremble violently. Although he knew that he was no match for Su Chun, he would not sit still and wait for death. I'll kill you. Feng Zhan gritted her teeth and growled, and also threw out the dual magic in her hand. In the next moment, the magic of the 2 sides collided violently, making an earth-shattering explosion and also creating a violent airflow. Qi Mushiwe and the other low-level people were blown to the left and right. Qi Qingchuan and the others were not too affected because of their higher cultivation. At this moment, they all looked towards the center of the explosion. Suddenly, a tricolored ball of light shot out from it and swept straight towards the phoenix hairpin. This tricolored ball of light was the fusion of Su Qian's tri-elemental magic. After destroying the dual magic of the phoenix hairpin, it obviously had the energy to continue to attack. Chapter 1060. Not good. Feng Lei's expression changed drastically as he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Zan as he clenched his fist and punched forward. Feng Zan was only a Dharma psychic and definitely couldn't block Su Qian's three-elemental magic attack. Of course, Feng Lei wouldn't just watch Feng Zan be killed. There was a loud explosion. The three elemental magic balls that swept over were instantly torn apart under the impact of the huge force. Su Qian, it was just a spar, but you wanted to kill my Feng family's disciple. You must give me an explanation today. After defeating Su Qian's three elemental magic, Feng Lei stared coldly at Su Qian and scolded. Qi Qingchuan and the others immediately felt indignant. Feng Zan was killed by Su Qian in a one-on-one duel because he wasn't strong enough. Moreover, Feng Zan kept saying that he wanted to destroy Su Qian. Even if he was killed by Su Qian, he only had himself to blame. Feng Lei had already broken the rules by helping. Now, he even threatened Su Qian. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? Su Qian snorted and then said coldly, "No one can stop me, Su Qian, from killing someone. If you dare to stop me, I'll eradicate your Feng family together." Eradicate my Feng family? Feng Lei was stunned for a moment as a flame of anger burned in his chest. The Feng family had stood in the void for thousands of years and was the number one force among the top 10 hidden families. There were as many saint-level powerhouses in the family as there were clouds. He himself was also a 7th-stage saint-level powerhouse. Moreover, he had the backing of the Black Cloud Fort. Su Qian actually dared to say that he would eradicate the Feng family. He was simply too arrogant. At this moment, Feng Lei secretly swore that he must use this opportunity to tear Su Qian into pieces. Qi Qingchuan and the others were stunned by Su Qian's words. Admittedly, Su Qian was very strong, but no matter how strong he couldn't compete with the Feng family, right? These words were very likely to anger Feng Lei and bring about a fatal disaster. Su Qian, you want to eradicate my Feng family? Who the F***CK do you think you are? Do you have the ability? Feng Zan mocked mercilessly. Just now, he was scared out of his wits. But now, seeing that Feng Lei was backing him up, he instantly became fearless. Then I'll kill you first. Su Qian narrowed his eyes emitting a strong, murderous aura. Boasting shamelessly, I want to see how you'll kill me. Feng Lei stood in front of Feng Zan and sneered with disdain. As you wish. Suddenly, Su Qian's lips curled into a strange arc looking at Su Qian's expression. Feng Lei vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't understand what was going on. He could only stare at Su Qian and be cautious. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream reverberated in the air. Feng Lei's eyelids twitched as he quickly turned around. In his line of sight, he saw another Su Qian strangling Feng Zan's neck. To Su Qian, Feng Lei was a little stunned. After regaining his senses, he roared at Su Qian, "Su Qian, let go of Feng Zan now, or I'll skin you alive." Crack! What answered him was the crisp sound of bones breaking. Under Su Qian's signal, the second primordial spirit broke Feng Zan's neck. What I hate the most in my life is others threatening me, and those who threaten me don't have a good ending. Su Qian looked at Feng Lei and said calmly, "Su Qian, I want you dead." Feng Lei could no longer suppress the anger in his heart as he roared and charged towards Su Qian's body. Chapter 1061. Su Chen quickly used the Atlas shape-shifting technique. When his body rose to 10 feet, a terrifying aura spread out. 6th stage, Saint rank. Su Chen had advanced. Qi Qingchuan and the others were shocked. They clearly remembered that Su Chen was only a 4th stage Saint rank during the Starry Sky Grand Competition. After not seeing him for a few days, he had advanced again. This kind of advancement speed could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, they also realized that after advancing, Su Chen could definitely crush Feng Leha. Su Chen is too awesome, isn't he? Qi Mulei opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. It wasn't until now that he realized why Su Chen didn't put the Feng family in his eyes. It turned out that he had already advanced. 6th stage, Saint rank? How did you do it? Feng Leha's forward momentum came to an abrupt stop as he looked at Su Chen in a daze. His face was filled with inexplicable horror. Before coming here, he had inquired about it clearly. After Su Chen transformed, he was at most a 5th stage Saint rank. Knowing this, he dared to come and find trouble with Su Chen. If he had known that Su Chen had advanced, he wouldn't have come to ask for trouble even if he was beaten to death. How did I do it? Do I need to report to you? Su Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. Feng Leha swallowed his saliva. Instead of being angry, he smiled embarrassedly. Su Chen, our Feng family has no grudges with you. It was a misunderstanding before. I will leave now. He had heard of Su Chen's powerful combat strength. During the Starry Sky Grand Competition, he killed 4 6th stage Saint rank powerhouses with just the strength of a 5th stage Saint rank. Therefore, killing enemies of a higher level was as simple as eating and drinking for Su Chen. And after Su Chen's promotion, he was only 1 level away from him. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to fight with Su Chen again. I just killed Feng Zan. As the ancestor of the Feng clan, aren't you going to avenge him? Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked indifferently. Feng Zan didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She dared to compete with you. She deserved to be killed. Feng Leha gritted his teeth and said, "This old man is shameless to this extent in order to survive." Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Qi Qingchuan and the others looked down on Feng Leha. Feng Leha was the ancestor of the Feng clan, a level 7 Saint Realm expert. However, he actually dared to say such words under the intimidation of Su Chen. It was simply an insult to a Saint-level expert, making everyone feel ashamed. Although your words sound nice, unfortunately, I won't let you go. Su Chen looked at Feng Leha and sighed. If you don't remove the roots when cutting the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. If an expert like Feng Leha was left behind, it would be a disaster. Moreover, he didn't want to miss the chance to get a fragment. Therefore, Feng Leha must die. The corner of Feng Leha's mouth twitched and his face turned pale. With a slight change of mind, he turned and fled. He knew very well that he was definitely not a match for Su Chen. If he wanted to live, the only way was to escape. No one has been able to escape from my hands. Su Chen snorted coldly and chased after him together with the second primordial spirit. Although Feng Leha was a level 7 Saint Realm expert, he was far from being able to compete with Su Chen in terms of speed. Su Chen activated the extreme speed war boots and caught up to Feng Leha in a few breaths. Then, he released his mental strength to restrict Feng Leha's movements. Su Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Black Cloud Fort will not let you go. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Feng Leha was scared out of his wits. He could only use the Black Cloud Fort to make Su Chen wary. If Xiaozhan doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him too. Su Chen sneered and then used the 10,000 lights, 10 shadows killing technique. In a series of explosions, Feng Leha was killed without a trace. Chapter 1062. What a terrifying killing move. It was Shang Chuishan's first time seeing Su Chen use the 10,000 lights, 10 shadows killing technique. That kind of terrifying, destructive power gave him a great shock. Su Chen's trump cards are endless. Qi Qingchuan was shocked and deeply sighed. Shang Fei and the others were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Su Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination. It was so easy to kill a Stage 7 sacred level expert. They were all talented disciples of their families, but compared to Su Chen, they were simply trash. Qi Mushi, in particular, felt bitter in his heart. He still remembered that when Su Chen first came to the Void Fortress, he even took the initiative to challenge Su Chen. Now that he thought about it, he was like a joke at that time. Su Chen collected the fragments and merged his second primordial spirit into his body. Then he came to Qi Qingchuan and the others and asked, "Senior, the Void Secret Land is about to open. When shall we leave?" The Void Secret Land was too important, and they couldn't afford any delays. Qi Qingchuan came to his senses and quickly replied, "Why don't we leave now?" Su Chen had the same idea. Then he took out the intelligent war chariot and invited everyone to get on. Then, under Qi Qingchuan's guidance, the intelligent war chariot flew straight to the Void Secret Land. On the way, Qi Qingchuan came to Su Chen's side and whispered, "Su Chen, if we follow the original route to the Void Secret Land, I'm afraid we can't avoid Black Cloud Fort." Su Chen killed Feng Leha and Feng Zhan. With Xiao Zhan's temper, he would definitely take revenge. And Black Cloud Fort was on the route to the Void Secret Land. If they didn't change the route, they would definitely encounter it. "Don't worry about it. Just follow the original route," Su Chen said casually. Once they changed the route, it would be troublesome if they delayed the opening of the Void Secret Land. As for Xiao Zhan of Black Cloud Fort, he didn't even put an 8th-stage Saint rank expert in his eyes. The remaining energy points were enough for him to reach the 6th stage of the Saint Realm. Killing Xiao Zhan would be a piece of cake. Of course, he didn't want to continue advancing so quickly. However, if Xiao Zhan really came looking for trouble, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Su Chen had made up his mind, Qi Qingchuan didn't say anything more. Behind them, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and began to sort out the debris. Half an hour later, he finished sorting out the fragments. He then opened the planting dimension to observe the growth of the Tree of Life. When he saw that the Tree of Life had grown to a height of more than 10 meters, Su Chen's heart stirred. He asked the longevity fruit tree, "Xiao, can the Tree of Life produce life spirit liquid?" Once he had the life spirit fluid, he could begin to revive the 5 thunderfruit tree and other spiritual plants. He was looking forward to it. The longevity fruit tree seemed to have guessed Su Chen's thoughts and said, "Master, some life spirit liquid has been produced. I have already started watering the demon cores of the 5 thunderfruit tree and the other spiritual plants. I believe that they will be revived soon." "Good." Su Chen was overjoyed. He then asked, "How long will it take for the fruit to ripen?" With the help of the time accelerator and the continuous supply of life spirit liquid, it will take about 2 months. The longevity fruit tree thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, I will take the time accelerator back." Su Chen replied. Previously, he had put the time accelerator in the pet raising dimension to help the spiritual pets absorb the energy of the Kongming Stone. Now that the Kongming Stone had been used up, the spiritual pets had all successfully advanced. If the time accelerator was placed in the pet raising dimension, it would become a decoration. Later, Su Chen placed the time accelerator in the planning dimension again. After chatting with the longevity fruit tree for a while, he closed the planting dimension. Chapter 1063. The Intelligent War Chariot flew for 5 days before a huge black fortress appeared not far ahead. It exuded a heavy and majestic aura. This fortress was the Black Cloud Fortress. When they arrived, Qi Qingchuan and the others in the chariot were a little nervous. Xiao Zhan, the lord of the Black Cloud Fortress, was an 8th-stage Saint Stage expert. If he made a move, who could stop him? Su Chen glanced at the Black Cloud Fortress and no longer paid attention to it. It would be best if Xiao Zhan didn't come looking for trouble. If he did, he would just level up and kill him. When the intelligent war chariot was infinitely close to the Black Cloud Fortress, the swift bird suddenly warned, "Master, I feel that there are many powerful existences hidden in the Black Cloud Fortress. 8th stage, Saint stage? Su Chun asked casually. The Black Cloud Fortress was a force even more powerful than the top 10 hidden families. It was reasonable for them to have many powerful experts. He wasn't surprised. Not only is there an 8th stage, Saint stage myriad race cultivator, but there are also 5 8th stage, Saint stage void beasts. The swift bird quickly said. There were also 5 8th stage, Saint stage void beasts. Everyone in the chariot was inexplicably shocked. Even Su Chun was a little uneasy. There were so many 8th stage, Saint stage void beasts that gave him a certain amount of pressure. However, what he couldn't understand wasn't the Black Cloud Fortress a force of the myriad race? Why would void beasts appear? Could it be that Xiao Zhan and the void beasts had joined forces to eliminate him? While Su Chun was deep in thought, the swift bird reminded him again, Master, they are coming. Satoshi, lock onto them and transmit the image. Su Chun ordered and turned to look at the control screen. The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, a myriad race's cultivator and 5 void beasts appeared. It's Xiao Zhan. Qi Qingchuan's expression became incomparably solemn. Su Chun, let's hurry up and escape. Shang Chuishan said anxiously. The others were also terrified and looked at Su Chun. If 6 8th stage, Saint level experts joined forces to attack, they would probably be crushed in a single exchange. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, all of you wait in the car. I'll go out and kill them. If he killed an 8th stage, Saint level myriad races cultivator and 5 8th stage, Saint level void beasts, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of fragments. If all of it was exchanged for energy points, it could even help him reach the 7th level of the Saint rank. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. What? Upon hearing this, Qi Qingchuan and the others were stunned. Su Chun wanted to kill an 8th stage Saint level expert, and he wanted to fight against 6 of them alone? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Su Chun had only reached level 5 Saint rank. Even after using the transformation technique, he was only level 6 Saint rank. How could he possibly be a match for 6 8th level Saint realm experts? Wasn't this like striking a rock with an egg? Su Chun, you must stay calm. As long as there's life, there's hope. Qi Qingchuan hurriedly persuaded. He seriously suspected that Su Chun didn't want to escape because he couldn't bring himself to lose face. An 8th stage Saint level expert can't threaten me. Su Chun didn't explain anything. He smiled faintly and opened the car door to get out. It's over. Seeing that Su Chun didn't listen to his advice and insisted on going his own way, Qi Qingchuan's heart turned cold. He sighed deeply. After Su Chun got out of the car, he directly opened the Doomsday Exchange store and spent 350,000 energy points to exchange for a level 17 all attributes fragment, raising his cultivation to level 6 Saint rank. Then he stood in the void and quietly waited for Xiao Zhan and the void beast to arrive. Chapter 1064. After a few breaths, Xiao Zhan and the 5 void beasts flew over with a monstrous, murderous aura. When they were less than 20 meters away from Su Chun, they all stopped. Su Chun, you didn't run away. This is beyond my expectations. Xiao Zhan stared at Su Chun and laughed heartily. So, you are here to kill me? Su Chun's face didn't change at all. He rubbed his nose and said calmly, Of course we are here to kill you. Otherwise, why will we come all the way here? One of the void beasts admitted generously. Su Chun, are you going to surrender? Or do you want to force us to attack? Another void beast stared at Su Chun and shouted, It's impossible for me to surrender. But before we attack, I still have a few things that I don't understand and would like to ask you. Su Chun curled his lips and said indifferently. Seeing Su Chun so fearless, Xiao Zhan and the 5 void beasts were a little confused. They were all at stage 8 of the Saint level. Shouldn't Su Chun be kneeling and begging for mercy and fear? Why was he so calm? It didn't make sense at all. Su Chun, aren't you afraid of us? One of the void beasts asked doubtfully. You're no match for me. Why should I be afraid? Su Chun smiled contemptuously. After advancing to stage 6 of the Saint level, if he used the Atlas shape-shifting technique, he would be at stage 7 of the Saint level. The other party was only one level higher than him. Killing enemies above his level was an extremely easy task for him. Ha! Xiao Zhan and the 5 void beasts looked at each other and then laughed unscrupulously. At this point, Su Chun still dared to boast shamelessly. They suspected that Su Chun was scared out of his wits. Su Chun, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. At this point, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you believe that I will tear you apart right now? After a long time, Xiao Zhan stopped laughing and coldly looked at Su Chun as he mocked. Su Chun's expression was still very calm. He questioned, Xiao Zhan, as a cultivator of the myriad races, why are you hanging out with the void beasts? The cultivators of the myriad races and the void beasts were enemies. Once they encountered each other, they would basically kill each other. However, not only did Xiao Zhan and the void beast not fight, they even seemed to be in a cooperative relationship. This made him feel very strange. Why would a person who is about to die know so much? Xiao Zhan's face was full of disdain. It looked like he had Su Chun in his grasp. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. Su Chun snorted coldly, and his body suddenly rose. When he reached 30 meters, a violent aura spread out from his body. He had reached the 7th stage of the Saint Realm. 7th level Saint Realm. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Isn't he a 6th level saint? The 5 void beasts also began to become restless. Before they came, they had received accurate information that Su Chun was only a 6th level Saint Realm after using the transformation technique. How did he become a 7th level Saint Realm in just a few days? Could it be that he had advanced again? However, even a most monstrous genius couldn't advance in just a few days, right? Su Chun advanced. Everyone on the intelligent war chariot was dumbfounded. When they came to their senses and confirmed that Su Chun had indeed advanced, they were immediately excited. Based on Su Chun's powerful combat strength, it should be very easy for him to deal with Xiao Zhan and the 5 void beasts at the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. In this way, the crisis was resolved. Chapter 1065. While Xiao Zhan and the 5 void beasts were in a daze, Su Chun quickly pulled out the enchanted divine saber and swept it at the 5 void beasts. Suddenly, a tricolored torrent with horrifying magical waves swept forward. At the same time, the 3 heavenly fires jumped up and merged with it in the blink of an eye. The combination of the 3 heavenly fires and the 3 types of magical spells gave off a destructive aura. What kind of divine power is this? Xiao Zhan's face changed color, and his body trembled. The 5 void beasts were scared out of their wits, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. As if they had foreseen that death was approaching, they all started to tremble. Su Chun has such a killer move. Qi Qingchuan and the others were also shocked. When they were in the Void Fortress, they had seen Su Chun use the 3 types of magical spells. However, the power back then was definitely not on the same level as now. The difference was at least a few times. In fact, it was easy to understand. When they were in the Void Fortress, Su Chun was only a stage 5 sacred level, and he didn't use the enchanted divine saber or merge the 3 heavenly fires. Naturally, the power was not comparable to now. Fight it out with him. In the face of the tricolored torrent, the 5 void beasts didn't wait for death. They roared and fought with their lives. In the next moment, the tricolored torrent rolled over. The 5 void beasts were all torn to pieces and died on the spot. That's terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Qi Qingchuan and the others all sucked in a cold breath. Su Chun killed 5 stage 8 sacred level void beasts with one move. The power of this move was earth-shattering, and it brought unprecedented shock to them. They even felt that even a 9th stage Saint rank expert would have a slim chance of survival against this attack. It was very likely that they would be killed by it. How can he be so powerful? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, and the corners of his mouth kept trembling. Even the 5/8 level Saint-ranked void beasts weren't Su Chen's match. In Su Chen's eyes, he was less than an ant. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Not bad. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and groaned. He was quite satisfied with the power of the 3 types of magic. In terms of might, it had already surpassed the 100 swords returned to 1 and had become his strongest trump card. In the past, there would be a short period of weakness when using this killer move. However, as his level continued to rise, this weakness no longer existed. After a while, Su Chen collected the fragments and turned to face Xiaozhan. Can you tell me the truth now? After witnessing Su Chen's powerful strength, Xiaozhan didn't dare to be stubborn and confessed. It was Heaven's Scattering Taoist who ordered me to do so. I was also forced to do so. Su Chen frowned slightly. It was normal for Heaven's Scattering Taoist to send someone to kill him. But why was Xiaozhan and the Void Beast able to kill him together? Could it be that they had formed an alliance with the Void Beasts? However, all races and the Void Beasts were mortal enemies. If Heaven's Scattering Taoist really dared to do so, how could Wu Tsang forgive him? Not knowing what was going on, Su Chen asked, was it also arranged by Heaven's Scattering Taoist that you and the Void Beasts worked together to kill me? Yes. Xiaozhan didn't hide anything and said directly. How did Heaven's Scattering Taoist order the Void Beasts? Su Chen continued to ask. I don't know. Xiaozhan shook his head and explained. He never told me the reason for the things he arranged, and I didn't dare to ask. A trace of killing intent flashed across Su Chen's eyes. Since Xiaozhan didn't know anything, it was useless to keep him alive. When he was about to take action, the swift bird suddenly reminded him in a hurry. Master, bad news. A stage 9 sacred level void beast is coming. Chapter 1066. Level 9 of the Holy Level. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. A void beast at level 9 of the Holy Level was enough to pose a threat to him. Hearing this, Xiaozhan had an idea and then turned around to flee. He knew that most of the void beasts at level 9 of the Holy Level were sent here by Heaven's Scattering Taoist. Taking advantage of Su Chen's uneasiness, it was the best time to escape. However, before he could run far, an invisible force suddenly came at him, and he was immediately trapped in a swamp. What's going on? Xiaozhan panicked and tried his best to tear the invisible force around him. When he was about to break free, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. Outer body incarnation. Xiaozhan was shocked. According to the news he had received, Su Chen had an incarnation with the same strength as his real body. The Su Chen in front of him must be his outer body incarnation. Thinking of Su Chen's horrible strength and cruel means, Xiaozhan was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Su Chen's second primordial spirit played the drunken dream on Xiaozhan. Then, while Xiaozhan was in a daze, he smashed his head with his sword. After collecting the broken pieces, the second primordial spirit merged back into Su Chen's real body. Su Chen quickly exchanged all the broken pieces for energy points and checked them. When he found that the total number of energy points had reached 500,000, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 500,000 energy points were just enough to exchange for a level 18 all attributes fragment. After he reached level 7 of the Holy Level, he would not be afraid of the Void Beast at level 9 of the Holy Level. Su Chen, let's run away. When they learned that the Void Beast at level 9 of the Holy Level was coming, Qi Qingchuan and the others were in a panic. Strictly speaking, Su Chen did not want to confront the Void Beast at level 9 of the Holy Level for the time being. After all, he had just reached a new level and his realm was not stable yet. If he continued to level up, it would be a great burden on his body. However, since Heaven's Scattering Taoist had joined hand with the Void Beast, he would definitely send a large number of Holy Level experts to hunt him down. Even Heaven's loose Taoist might take action himself. Where could they escape to if they were to blindly escape? Could it be that he wanted to return to the continent? However, at the Saint rank, every increase in rank required a huge amount of energy points. If he returned to the continent, he definitely wouldn't be able to gather so many energy points, and he wouldn't be able to level up quickly. This was something that he absolutely did not wish to see. Therefore, if he had a choice, he wouldn't choose to run away. It didn't take long for the 9th stage Saint rank Void Beast to reach them. Huh, Su-chun, let's see where you can run to this time. The 9th stage Saint level Void Beast took a glance at Su-chun, then burst into laughter. Are you also sent by Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Su-chun asked with a frown. Now, he was a little suspicious. Did Wu-tsang lose control over Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Because Wu-tsang once said that Tian-san Taoist could only send people who were 2 levels higher than him to kill him. However, the Void Beast at level 9 of the Holy level was already 3 levels higher than him. Ha! We are now in a partnership with Heaven-Scattering Taoist, and we have reached an agreement that the first thing we will do is to kill you. The Void Beast at level 9 of the Holy level grinned hideously. Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Su-chun thought for a while, and his heart skipped a beat. Heaven-Scattering Taoist must be Heaven-Scattering Taoist, but why does he have this name? Has he reached the Divine Realm? Has Heaven-Scattering Taoist reached the Divine Realm? Su-chun asked with a serious look. If Heaven-Scattering Taoist really reached the Divine Realm, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Chapter 1067. A dying man doesn't need to know so much. The Void Beast at stage 9 of the Holy level smiled grimly and rushed towards Su-chun. Su-chun didn't think too much and quickly opened the Doomsday Maul. When he was about to exchange for the level 18 all-attribute fragment, an unparalleled pressure came down. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, and then a giant hand reached out from it and pressed down on the Void Beast at stage 9 of the Holy level. Senior, spare my life. The Void Beast at stage 9 of the Holy level trembled and roared loudly. Boom! With a loud sound, the Void Beast at stage 9 of the Holy level was directly smashed into powder. The Realm Master took action in person. Qi Qingchuan and the others immediately became excited. Obviously, Wu-tsang took action in person to save Su-chun. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that the Realm Lord would actually help Su-chun. Senior, thank you for your help. Su-chun looked at somewhere in the starry sky and expressed his gratitude. Alas, a sigh suddenly rang in Su-chun's ears. Then, with a flash of crystal light in front of him, Wu-tsang appeared. You have reached stage 6 of the Holy level. You are really a genius. Wu-tsang sighed with emotion when he saw Su-chun's cultivation at a glance. Then he shook his head and said, It's a pity that you don't have enough time to grow. Senior, what exactly happened? Su-chun's expression turned serious. What did he mean by don't have time to grow? It seemed that he was going to be killed soon. Wu-tsang sighed and explained, The Heaven-Scattering Taoist has reached the Divine Realm. Su-chun gasped. Although he had expected it, his heart still beat violently when he heard it from Wu-tsang. Now he understood why Wu-tsang said that he didn't have time to grow. Because the Heaven-Scattering Taoist had reached the Divine Realm, he ignored Wu-tsang's suppression and could attack him unscrupulously. However, there were 2 points that made him feel very strange. Wu-tsang once said that it would take at least 100 years for Heaven-Scattering Taoist to advance to the God Realm. Then why did he advance so quickly? In addition, Wu-tsang had also warned him that once Heaven-Scattering Taoist reached the Divine Realm, he would even help Heaven-Scattering Taoist to kill him. Then why did he lend a hand now? Unable to figure out the situation, Su-chun asked, Senior, why did Heaven-Scattering Taoist advance so fast? He teamed up with the Void Beast to open a tunnel that connected to the Ferocious Beast. From the Ferocious Beast, he obtained the items he needed to level up. That's how he was able to reach the Divine Realm, Wu-tsang said solemnly. Ferocious Beast? Su-chun frowned slightly and probed. Senior, are the Ferocious Beasts very strong? The Ferocious Beasts are considered a foreign species. They are abnormally strong, even stronger than the myriad races, the Void Beasts, and the Machine Empire combined. Wu Cang sighed faintly. More powerful than the three major forces combined? Su Chan smacked his lips. Wu Cang took a deep breath and said, "You should have heard of the Void War 10,000 years ago, right?" Su Chan nodded. Rumor has it that the three major forces fought over a sacred weapon. He got this information from the gold-devouring beetles. He wasn't sure if this was the case. Wu Cang shook his head and explained, "The war 10,000 years ago was actually a war where the three major forces joined forces to defend against the ferocious beasts." What? Su Chan was shocked. The myriad races, the void beasts, and the Machine Empire had joined forces to fight against the ferocious beasts. However, they had suffered heavy losses, and the Machine Empire had even been destroyed. This showed how strong the ferocious beasts were. Chapter 1068. Senior, Heaven's Loose Taoist, and the others are willing to open the tunnel to the fierce beasts in order to reach the divine realm. Su Chan did not understand. Even if they reach the divine realm, wouldn't they be slaughtered if they let the fierce beasts in? Once they reach the divine realm, they can leave this world and enter a more vast world. Heaven's Loose Taoist and the others no longer care about the lives of thousands of creatures for their own selfish reasons. Wu Cang sighed. In fact, there was one thing that he did not point out. The reason why Heaven's Loose Taoist and the Void Beast did this was mainly because they were afraid of Su Chan. Su Chan's speed of promotion was too fast. It could be expected that he would reach the divine realm in a few years. By then, Heaven's Loose Taoist and the Void Beast will be killed by Su Chan's vengeful style. In order to protect themselves, they opened the tunnel to the fierce beast's world in a frenzy. Another world? Su Chan pondered for a moment and probed, "Senior, you're in a hurry to wait for someone to advance to the God realm. Is it also to enter another world?" Last time when he communicated with Wu Cang stammered and pretended to be mysterious and refused to say anything. Now, he should tell the truth, right? You guessed right. Wu Cang did not hide at this time and explained, "I have been in this world for tens of thousands of years. I have long been tired of this life and yearned for the excitement of the outside world. Since Heaven's Loose Taoist has reached the divine realm, can you leave now?" Su Chan asked confusedly. Wu Cang shook his head and said with a wry smile, "The reason why I have to wait for someone to reach the divine realm is to find someone who can protect the thousands of tribes before I leave. Heaven's Loose Taoist is obviously not suitable." "I see." Su Chan suddenly understood. The divine realm was the strongest in this world and could be regarded as the guardian. Both the thousands of tribes and the Void Beast had divine realm experts. Once the divine realm expert of one side left, the other side would inevitably be destroyed. In order to reach the divine realm, Heaven's Loose Taoist opened the tunnel to the fierce beast world and ignored thousands of creatures. Obviously, he could not be the guardian of the thousands of tribes. In that case, Wu Cang would not be able to leave. "Senior, will Heaven's Scattering Taoist and the divine realm of the Void Beast come to kill me?" Su Chan asked worriedly. Facing a deity realm expert, he didn't have the slightest room to resist. He could only return to the continent and hide. "I can help you restrain them, but it won't be for long, at most half a year. They won't be able to do anything to you for half a year, but they can send their subordinates to kill you. There will be Saint level 9, or even Saint level 10. Wu Cang said. "Half a year," Su Chan whispered, but a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. It would be difficult for him to reach the divine realm in half a year, but he was confident that he could reach the 10th stage of the Saint realm. At that time, deity realm experts would no longer be able to threaten him. If you don't have the confidence to reach level 10 Saint rank within half a year, I advise you to return to the continent as soon as possible," Wu Cang reminded. Although Su Chan's cultivation talent was unprecedented, half a year's time was too short. He wasn't optimistic about Su Chan's chances of reaching the 10th stage of the Saint realm. Half a year's time is enough. Su Chan's voice was powerful. Wu Cang was slightly stunned, but then he said with a smile, Then I wish you an early breakthrough. Although he didn't understand why Su-chan was so confident, he was looking forward to it after hearing Su-chen's words. Then Wu-tsang continued, "Don't go to the Void Secret Land. They haven't received the message to kill you, so they will definitely ambush you there." Understood. Su-chen nodded heavily. "Well, I have to return as soon as possible. Take care of yourself." Wu-tsang sighed and disappeared in front of Su-chan in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1069. Su-chan stood there and pondered for a while. Then, he quickly returned to the intelligent war chariot. "Su-chan, what should we do next?" Qi Qingchuan asked worriedly. They had heard the conversation between Wu-tsang and Su-chan, and they were very frightened at the moment. Su-chan narrowed his eyes and pondered. If they did not return to the mainland, there were two places they could go at the moment. The first was the Temple of Heaven, and the second was the Void Ruins. However, the Temple of Heaven might have God Realm demonic beasts, and it was still very dangerous. Therefore, Su-chan decided to go to the Void Ruins first. "Let's go to Silent Sound Island first," Su-chan said slowly. The Void Ruins was located in a huge group of meteorites, and this group of meteorites was near Silent Sound Island. "Su-chan, is it appropriate to go to Silent Sound Island now?" Shang Chuishan said with a serious look. Silent Sound Island was an important stronghold of the Void Beasts. It was said that there were many Void Beasts at Stage 8 of the Sacred level guarding it. It would not matter if it was in normal times. The key was that Heaven Scattering Taoist was sending people to hunt them down. Once they entered Silent Sound Island, they would definitely fight. Wouldn't their whereabouts be exposed by then? "Don't worry. We are going to the meteorites near Silent Sound Island. We won't fight with the Void Beasts for the time being," Su-chan explained. Shang Chuishan and the others were relieved when they heard that. Later, under the guidance of Qi Mufeng, the intelligent war chariot flew straight to Silent Sound Island. Because they were worried that their whereabouts would be exposed, the intelligent war chariot would choose to take a detour when they encountered some strongholds of big forces along the way. It took a lot of time for them to arrive near Silent Sound Island after half a month. Su-chan narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen for a while. He saw a large number of void beasts around Silent Sound Island, and the security was very tight. "Satoshi, avoid their sight and find a suitable place to enter the meteorites." Su-chan withdrew his gaze and ordered the intelligent war chariot. Yes, the intelligent war chariot searched for a while and flew straight toward the square. Unexpectedly, they hadn't flown far when the swift bird suddenly warned, "Master, the 8th phase Saint-ranked void beast from the Silent Sound Island is rapidly approaching us." Had he been discovered? Su-chan frowned slightly. The intelligent war chariot was tens of thousands of miles away from Silent Sound Island. How did the other party discover his whereabouts? "Satoshi, lock onto those 8th-stage Saint-rank void beasts," Su-chan ordered. He wanted to see if it was just a coincidence, or was there some other way to lock onto his position? The image on the central control screen changed, and the figures of 3 void beasts soon appeared. Su-chan found that one of the void beasts was holding an ancient bronze mirror. The bronze mirror clearly showed the location of the intelligent war chariot. "I see." Su-chan suddenly understood. The function of the bronze mirror was similar to the detection function of the intelligent war chariot. That was how the other party discovered their whereabouts. Moreover, Su-chan saw clearly that the void beast holding the bronze mirror was Li Keqiuan. Last time, on the way back from the Hidden Spirits sect, one of Li Keqiuan's phantoms condensed a meteorite giant to kill him. Therefore, he still had a deep impression of Li Keqiuan. Reckless thing. Su-chan narrowed his eyes and whispered. He originally planned to get rid of Li Keqiuan, but he didn't expect Li Keqiuan to take the initiative to come to him. Moreover, Li Keqiuan still had a bronze mirror that could detect their whereabouts. He had to destroy it. Otherwise, even if they entered the void ruins, their whereabouts would be exposed. "Satoshi, stop," Su-chan said. Chapter 1070. After the intelligent war chariot stopped, Su Chun opened the door and walked out alone. Not long after, Li Keqian and the other two arrived. "Ha! Su Chun, let's see how you're going to escape this time." Li Keqian glanced at Su Chun and laughed unscrupulously. When he fought with Su Chun last time, he clearly knew that Su Chun was only at the 6th stage of the Saint level, even after transforming. The three of them were all at the 8th stage of the Saint level, so they thought they could defeat Su Chun. "You three trash want to kill me." Su Chun curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Then, under the gaze of Li Keqian and the other two, he slowly drew out the enchanted divine saber. Li Keqian and the other two immediately became nervous. It was true that Su Chun's cultivation was far inferior to theirs, but a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Since Su Chun's debut, he had fought countless battles and had never lost. They had to be careful. At this moment, they were all vigilantly watching Su Chun. But at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Su Chun's lips. Li Keqian instinctively felt something was wrong. Before he could react, a terrifying space-tearing power suddenly came from behind. Sneak attack. Li Keqian and the other two quickly turned around, only to see a 30-meter-tall giant holding a pitch-black long sword slashing down from the sky. Then a black vortex about 10 meters in size floated down from above their heads. "Let's attack together." Li Keqian roared and took out a shield to block in front of him. The other two void beasts at the 8th stage of the Saint level also used their own methods to attack the black vortex without hesitation. Boom! With a loud explosion, the black vortex was finally shattered by the combined efforts of the three. However, Li Keqian and the other two were more or less injured. They looked very embarrassed. "You've leveled up again?" Li Keqian took a deep breath, looked at Su Chun in bewilderment, and exclaimed. At this moment, he clearly sensed that Su Chun was at the 7th stage of the Saint level. The shock this brought to him was simply too great. After all, a few days ago, Su Chun was clearly only a 6th level Saint rank. This meant that Su Chun had leveled up in an extremely short amount of time. This speed of advancement was a little too terrifying. "What should we do?" The other two 8th-stage Saint rank void beasts panicked. They had also heard rumors about Su Chun. It was rumored that Su Chun could kill enemies above his level as easily as chopping vegetables. Currently, Su Chun was only one level lower than them. Moreover, he had an avatar of the same level of strength. Didn't this mean that they would also be easily killed? "Run!" Li Keqian gritted his teeth and turned around to flee. He was well aware of Su Chun's prowess. If they did not escape in time, only death would await them. The other two void beasts also turned and ran without hesitation. As expected of Su Chun, he's able to scare 3 void beasts of the 8th level of the Saint rank to this extent. Seeing this scene, Qi Qingchuan sighed deeply with emotion. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Chun sneered. He had long been prepared for this. The moment Li Keqian and the other two ran away, he swept out the enchanted divine saber in his hand. All of a sudden, a 3-colored torrent swept forward. 3 mystical fires also attached to it at the same time. What killing move is this? Li Keqian and the other two were scared out of their wits when they saw the 3-colored torrent with horrifying energy fluctuations rolling over. The next moment, 3 shrill screams sounded. Li Keqian and the other two were directly torn to pieces. Chapter 1071. Su Chun had just collected the fragments when the swift bird reminded him loudly again, "Master, there's a large group of void beasts coming. There's even a stage 10 sage level beast." Stage 10 sage level. Su Chun's eyelids twitched. He quickly returned to the intelligent war chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, enter the meteorite group immediately." A stage 10 sage level void beast was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Therefore, he had to leave his place as soon as possible. The meteorite group's environment was very complicated and there were many spatial turbulences. Although it was dangerous to enter, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to find him. The intelligent war chariot was also aware of the critical situation. It went at full speed and quickly rushed into the meteorite group. After that, the intelligent war chariot shuttled through the meteorite group for 3 days and successfully got rid of the void beast pursuit. Su-chun opened the planting space and connected it to the 2 immortal element grasses. Little green, little blue, can you sense the exact location of the void ruins? When he looked at the star map, he could only confirm that the void ruins were in this meteorite group, but he didn't know the exact location. In the past 3 days, the intelligent war chariot had shuttled through many places, but it hadn't found any clues. It wouldn't do to continue searching aimlessly like this. Therefore, he placed his hopes on the 2 immortal element grasses. Master, I can faintly feel that something is calling me, Little Blue said seriously. Master, I feel it too. Little Ching chimed in. All right, you 2 lead the way. Let's go immediately. Su-chun was overjoyed. Later, under the guidance of the 2 immortal element grasses, the intelligent war chariot drove straight in a direction. A day later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the location that the immortal element grasses had sensed. However, what appeared in front of them was a huge spatial vortex that looked like a black hole. The spatial vortex was emitting a power that even Su-chun felt his heart palpitate. Su-chun glanced at the spatial vortex and said to the 2 immortal element grasses, Is this the place that you sensed? Master, this spatial vortex is just a door. After passing through this door, we'll reach the place that I sensed, Little Blue explained. A door? Su-chun pondered for a moment and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, can you travel through this space vortex? The intelligent war chariot had already been upgraded to level 14. Normal spatial turbulence, or even larger ones, would not be able to damage it. However, the spatial vortex in front of him was too terrifying. He wasn't sure if the intelligent war chariot could travel through it. Master, I'm still too weak now. If I can increase my level by 2, I'll be confident, the intelligent war chariot said. Hearing this, Su-chun's brows furrowed slightly. Intelligent war chariot's upgrade required a large amount of mechanical hearts. He only had a few pieces on him. It was not enough to upgrade the intelligent war chariot. As such, they would have to think of other ways to enter the void ruins. Su-chun, you're not going to enter this spatial vortex, are you? Chi Ching-chuan asked worriedly. The spatial vortex in front of him contained unparalleled spatial power. In his opinion, even a stage 10 sage level expert would not be able to escape unscathed if he fell into it. Even if Su-chun used the transformation technique, he would at most be a stage 7 sage level expert. Once he entered the spatial vortex, he would definitely die. Su-chun did not want to take the risk, but he had to. Even Heaven's Scattering Taoist was so concerned about the void ruins. There must be a big secret hidden in it. He only had half a year's buffer time. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Therefore, he had to explore the void ruins. Chapter 1072. Su-chun nodded and said firmly, We have to go in. Strictly speaking, his body was still stronger than the intelligent war chariot. If he used the Atlas shape-shifting technique and added a layer of mental strength defense on himself, he had a great chance of passing through the space vortex. Of course, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he planned to advance to stage 7 of the saint level before entering. Hearing this, the expressions of Chi Ching-chuan and the others changed. Su-chun actually intended to barge into the space vortex. Wasn't he afraid of death? Su-chun, do you want to reconsider? Chi Ching-chuan persuaded. Su-chun smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have absolute confidence. After advancing to stage 7 of the saint level, using the Atlas shape-shifting technique, he would be at stage 8 of the saint level. In addition, he had the ancient God-fiend body, the help of mental strength, and the Shintian armor. His defense power had completely surpassed stage 10 of the saint level. If he didn't even dare to enter a space vortex, he might as well hide in the mainland. Once Su Chun decided on something, no one could change his mind. Knowing this, Qi Qingchuan didn't say anything more. After a while, Su Chun put the intelligent war chariot and everyone into the chaos space. Then, he spent 500,000 energy points to exchange for a level 18 full attribute fragment and advanced to stage 7 of the Saint level before using the Atlas shape-shifting technique. When his body rose to 100 feet, he summoned the Xiantian armor and released his mental strength to attach to his body. After doing all this, he took a deep breath and stepped into the space vortex. Suddenly, the entire space vortex seemed to be boiling. Thousands of space blades swept towards Su Chun and instantly drowned Su Chun. Crack, crack, crack. The mental strength outside Su Chun's body was shredded like paper, and even the Xiantian armor had cracks. Fortunately, Su Chun was fast enough and rushed into the center of the space vortex in just a breath. Then the sky and earth spun. Su Chun wasn't shocked, but overjoyed. He knew that this was a sign of teleportation. In other words, they would soon be able to enter the void ruins. In the next moment, when Su Chun's vision gradually became clear, he realized that he was in a vast and dense forest. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a very strong bounded power here. At this moment, his cultivation was suppressed to level 10. However, he did not care about this at all. He was an invincible existence beneath the saint level. Moreover, he had a group of spirit pets and many helpers. Even if he was in an unfamiliar environment, he would still be able to do whatever he wanted. After glancing around, Su Chun opened the chaos space, reported to everyone that he was safe, and then contacted the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, search the surroundings and see if there are any cultivators around. The intelligent war chariot received the order and immediately started searching. Soon, it replied, on a plain 10,000 miles away, a large number of cultivators were found. There are more than 10,000 of them. So many? Su Chun exclaimed softly. He did not expect that there would be so many people in the void ruins. After pondering for a while, he communicated with the two immortal essence grasses. Little blue, little green, this is the void ruins. Do you have any special senses? Master, I've sensed something very important, Little Qing immediately replied. Hearing this, Su Chun quickly took the two immortal essence grasses out of the planting space and asked, "Where is it exactly?" "Over there." Little Green pointed in a direction and said. Chapter 1073. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He took out the intelligent war chariot and instructed Satoshi, explore the direction Little Qing pointed at. Master, the plane is in the direction she pointed at, the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Su Chun raised his eyebrows. There were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on the plane. Could it be that the important thing the immortal essence grass mentioned was on one of the cultivators? Su Chun had doubts in his heart, so he let the intelligent war chariot transmit the image to the central control screen. Then he said to Little Qing, take a look. Is the important thing here? Little Qing stared at the central control screen for a long time. Suddenly, she said excitedly, Master, it's that jade pendant. Jade pendant? Su Chun whispered. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the central control screen. On a plain, there was a tall battle ring. A large number of cultivators had gathered around the battle ring. In the air above the arena, there was a huge yellow jade tablet. It was several meters in size, and it didn't seem to be complete. Could it be that these people are fighting for the jade pendant? Su Chun secretly guessed. Then he said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what's the highest cultivation level of these cultivators? Although he was sure that there was the power of the domain here, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to let the intelligent war chariot confirm it. The highest cultivation level is a level 10 cultivator. There are 527 of them. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Su Chun nodded and continued to ask, Are there any cultivators of the human clan? Yes. The intelligent war chariot replied and transmitted the location of the cultivators of the human clan to the central control screen. Su-chan took a closer look and saw that there were only 40 to 50 people of the human clan. Compared to the other clans, they were too shabby. In the Great War 10,000 years ago, the human clan suffered heavy losses. Since then, they had not recovered and gradually became a weak race among the other clans. Unexpectedly, in the Void Ruins, the human clan was still weak. This made Su-chan sigh a little. After catching his breath, he continued to ask, Satoshi, what's the level of the human clan's strongest cultivator? Only one level, 10 cultivator, the intelligent war chariot replied. Too weak. Su-chan sighed. There were more than 500 level 10 cultivators on the plane, but there was only one human clan cultivator. It could be seen that the human clan here was in a more difficult situation than the human clan on the mainland. After a while, he put away the intelligent war chariot and the two immortal elemental grasses and flew toward the plane. Since the immortal essence grass felt that the yellow jade token was something very important, he had to get it. As for the cultivators, their cultivators there. He was the cultivators of the human clan cultivators, although there were more than 500 level 10 powerhouses on the other side. He had the ancient god-fiend body. Even if he stood still, they would not be able to cause any damage to him. Half an hour later, Su-chan appeared on the plane. Field ring field. Su-chan was not in a hurry to snatch the jade token. He wanted to wait until he understood the situation. Standing in place, he scanned the area and found the location of the human clan. Then, he walked straight forward. Hey, which tribe are you from? When Su-chan walked into the human clan, a red-faced old man sized up Su-chan and asked in puzzlement. He was the only level 10 cultivator among the human clan. The other human clan members also looked at Su-chan at this time. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar human clan member made them feel particularly strange. Chapter 1074. My name is Su-chan. I've been living in the mountains since I was young. How should I address you? Su-chan smiled and said. He had entered from the outside. Even if he said that, the old man wouldn't believe him. Hence, he found an excuse to fool him. I'm Chin-chong. The red-faced old man nodded. There were hundreds of human tribes in the Void Relic, and some of them lived in the mountains. Hence, he didn't doubt what Su-chan said. Old Chun, why are so many people gathered here? Su-chan asked. Although he suspected that they were here to fight for the jade badge in the ring, he still wanted to confirm it. Hearing this, the surrounding humans all glared at Su-chan, their eyes full of hostility. Chun-chong was the most powerful human, and Su-chan looked like he was in his 20s. Yet, he kept calling him Old Chun. It was extremely disrespectful to a powerful human. Chun-chong didn't care. He was just curious. The grand competition of the 10 tribes was a major competition that was held once every 10 years. It had existed in the Void Relic for thousands of years. Why didn't Su-chan know about it? Su-chan, you don't know about the grand competition of the 10 tribes? Chin-chong probed. Grand competition of the 10 tribes? Su-chan's heart jumped, and he continued. I've been living in the mountains all year round. Hence, I don't know anything about the outside world. He had just entered the Void Relic today. What could he know? So, you're a country bumpkin who has never seen the outside world. The surrounding human clan immediately looked at Su-chan with disdain, their eyes full of disdain. Oh, Chin-chong came to a realization. Then, he gave Su-chan a brief introduction about the grand competition of the 10 tribes. The grand competition of the 10 tribes was held once every 10 years. The purpose was to fight for the God's Source Jade Badge, which was the yellow badge. Old Chun, what is the God's Source Jade Badge for? Su-chan asked. The name of the God's Source Jade Badge didn't seem simple. Moreover, it was something that the immortal essence grass wanted. Hence, he was extremely interested in it. There are a total of 3 Divine Source Jade tokens. If you obtain one of them, you'll be able to find the whereabouts of the other 2. Once you gather 3 of them, you'll be able to open a treasure vault. It's rumored that the treasure vault contains items that can help one advance to the deity realm, Chen Chang explained. Su Chen was a little moved. There were very few things in the world that could help one advance to the divine realm, and they could only be chanced upon by luck. Even he was tempted by the offer. Moreover, he understood why Heaven's loose Taoist was so concerned about the void relic. He must have known that there was an item that could help him advance to the divine state. Old Chun, how do we fight for the divine origin jade plate? Su Chen calmed himself down and asked. That is very simple. You just need to defeat all your competitors in the arena, Chun Chang said casually. How do I find the other two? Su Chen asked calmly. He was determined to get the divine source jade token on the arena. However, he had no idea how to find the other two. As long as you get one of them, it will automatically lead you to the other two. However, it's extremely difficult to gather all three of them. None of the winners in the past succeeded, and some even lost their lives. Chen Tong let out a sigh and explained. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen asked, when will the grand competition of the 10 tribes begin? Since he could obtain the divine source jade token through a fair and square battle, it was not appropriate for him to not want to snatch it. It has already begun, Chen Tong said. It has begun? Su Chen was stunned and asked curiously, why isn't there anyone in the arena? Chapter 1075. The grand competition of the 10 tribes will last for 10 days. Once you enter the arena, you will have to face endless challenges. No matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to withstand continuous challenges. Therefore, those who want to fight for the God Source Jade token will only enter the arena on the last day, Chen Tong explained. Then I will be the first to enter the arena, Su Chen said calmly. Time was too important to him. He did not want to waste it. The moment they heard this, all of the humans were dumbfounded. Listening to Su Chen's words, he wanted to go up to the arena. However, no one from the human race had entered the arena since the grand competition of the 10 tribes began. The reason was simple. The human race was too weak. Entering the arena would be asking for humiliation. They might even lose their lives. They were here mainly to broaden their horizons. They did not even dare to think about entering the arena. Su Chen, you want to enter the arena? Chen Chang asked after coming back to his senses. He thought that he had misheard. Or was Su Chen joking with him? Yes. Su Chen answered straightforwardly. Is this guy crazy? He came from mountains. He must have never seen the cruelty of the arena. How can this guy be so stubborn? Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't be looking for trouble. Instantly, the surrounding humans began to discuss among themselves. They all thought that Su Chen would definitely die if he entered the arena. Chen Chang swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, although the God Source Jade token is good, it is not something that we humans can get our hands on. Don't be rash. Those who dared to enter the arena were the elites of their respective races. They were definitely the most powerful among the level 10 experts. Su Chen was only in his 20s. How high could his cultivation be? Once he entered the arena, he would probably be killed instantly. Don't worry. They are just a bunch of ants, Su Chen said calmly. He was invincible among those of the same level. It was not wrong to treat them as ants. A bunch of ants? Chen Chang's eyes were wide open, and his expression was blank. The other humans were also dumbfounded. Originally, they only thought that Su Chen was a little crazy. Who would have thought that Su Chen was such an arrogant person? There were more than 10,000 foreign race cultivators present, and more than 500 level 10 cultivators. Su Chen actually treated them like ants? This pretentious act was too perverse. Su Chen, stop bragging. Do you know how powerful a level 10 practitioner is? Why are you trying to show off in front of us? A short and ugly man sneered. His name was Wang Dong, a level 6 cultivator. He was only 25 years old and was known as the #1 genius of the human race here. Su Chen looked younger than him, so his cultivation was definitely not as high as his. However, Wang Dong was very disdainful and unhappy when he said those words so shamelessly. Su Chen, no one will stop you if you want to enter the arena, to seek death. However, you have to remember that you're not only embarrassing yourself, but also the entire human race. So, you should go back to your deep mountains and forests. A level 8 middle-aged man reprimanded. Su Chan curled his lips and said to Chen Chong, "Old Chun, what punishment should a low-level cultivator receive for humiliating a high-level cultivator?" This world was a world of cultivators, and it was also a world where the strong were respected. The weak had to show a certain amount of respect to the strong. If they were humiliated in person, they would have to pay with their lives. Everyone present knew this, but what did Su Chan mean by suddenly popping out this sentence? Could it be that his cultivation was higher than level 8? However, Su Chan was too young. How could his cultivation be higher than level 8? Then why did he ask that? "Su Chan, what level are you?" Chen Chong was stunned for a moment before asking. Chapter 1076. Level 10, Su Chan said calmly. Although he had reached stage 7 of the sacred level, he was only at level 10 due to the suppression of the bounded domain. Level 10? Everyone present was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Su Chan was only 20 years old. How dare he call himself a level 10 cultivator? Did he think they were fools? It was impossible for the human race to have such a genius. Even among all the races, no one could reach level 10 at this age. At this moment, everyone despised Su Chan. They had seen people who were pretentious, but they had never heard of anyone who was as pretentious as Su Chan. "Su Chan, will you die if you don't pretend? If you were a level 10 cultivator, I'll give you my head." Wang Dong mocked loudly. Although Chen Chong did not say anything, his expression was a little ugly. He also did not think that Su Chan was a level 10 cultivator. Su Chan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Dong. He pursed his lips and said meaningfully, "Remember what you said. Don't regret it. Regret your ass. UF asterisk king." After being provoked by Su Chan, Wang Dong was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to curse, he felt a violent aura emanating from Su Chan's body. This aura was rising steadily and reached level 10 in the blink of an eye. The aura that was emanating was many times stronger than Qin Chang's. Sensing this, Wang Dong looked as if he had seen a ghost. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Level 10? Oh my god! Su Chan is a level 10 cultivator. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, all the humans were instantly dumbfounded, and a tempestuous storm raged in their hearts. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that Su Chan was really a level 10 cultivator. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Su Chan rubbed his nose and looked at Wang Dong. He said mockingly, "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, right?" Wang Dong was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, his face turned pale. Just now, he had personally said that as long as Su Chan was a level 10 cultivator, he would twist his own head off. Now, that Su Chan's identity as a level 10 cultivator was exposed, wouldn't that mean that he really had to twist his head off? However, he was the most outstanding genius of the human race. How could he be willing to die? "Su Chan, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously," Wang Dong said in a trembling voice as he slowly hid behind Chen Chong. In his opinion, as a top genius of the human race, Chen Chong would definitely not sit by and do nothing. As expected, Chen Chong pleaded for leniency for Wang Dong. "Su Chan," Wang Dong speaks without thinking. "Don't lower yourself to his level." Su Chan ignored him and said with a light snort, "Nobody can stop the people that I, Su Chan, want to kill. Wang Dong, if you don't kill yourself, I'll have to do it myself. Senior, save me." Wang Dong was about to wet his pants. He knew very well that if Su Chan insisted on killing him, only Chen Chong could save him. Chen Chong was in a difficult position. After all, Su Chan was a level 10 cultivator. Chen Chong originally did not want to interfere. However, Wang Dong was also a genius of the human race. It was very likely that he would advance to a level 10 cultivator. A level 10 cultivator meant too much to the human race. Therefore, Chun Chang could not sit by and do nothing. Su Chun, give me some face. Don't kill Wang Dong, Chun Chang said through gritted teeth. Su Chun curled his lips and said plainly, based on my character, those who mock me should all die. I'm already giving you a lot of face by only killing Wang Dong. Already giving me a lot of face. Seeing that Su Chun was unwilling to let the matter rest, Chun Chang opened his mouth slightly and did not know what to say. Chapter 1077. Su Chun did not waste any more time. He released his mentality and pulled Wang Dong in front of him. Mentality? You're also a mentality reader? Chun Chang stared at Su Chun with his eyes wide open, his eyes filled with horror. The others were also shocked. Wang Dong's face turned green, and his body trembled. Judging from Su Chun's aura, he was definitely a level 10 evolver. But at this moment, he used his mentality. This meant that Su Chun was a dual-profession cultivator who had reached level 10. But Su Chun was only 20 years old. How could he be dual-profession? And his cultivation was so high. Su Chun, Senior, don't kill me. Wang Dong begged for mercy. Under the restraint of Su Chun's mentality, he had completely lost the ability to resist. He could not even move a finger. He also knew that if he wanted to live, he could only beg for Su Chun's forgiveness. Su Chun was not moved. He reached out and grabbed Wang Dong's neck, squeezing gently. Crack! Wang Dong's head drooped, and his life force dissipated. Wang Dong is dead. Seeing Wang Dong die in front of them, a huge panic spread in the hearts of the rest of the humans. They had mocked Su Chun before. Would Su Chun let them go? With Su Chun's dual profession strength, even Chun Chang could not stop him if he insisted on killing. Su Chun threw away Wang Dong's body and looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. Su Chun's gaze finally landed on the level 8 middle-aged man. A strange smile slowly appeared on his face. Plop! Being glanced at by Su Chun, the level 8 middle-aged man's body turned cold. He knelt at Su Chun's feet and shouted, Senior, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Su Chun snorted. Slap yourself 100 times and cripple your arms. Then you can live. Thank you, Senior. The level 8 middle-aged man was overjoyed. Although Su Chun's request was somewhat cruel, at least he could save his life. Pack, pack, pack. Soon he began to slap his own mouth. In order to satisfy Su Chun, he did not show any mercy. In the blink of an eye, the corner of his mouth was badly mutilated. Seeing that the other party was so tactful, Su Chun ignored him and walked straight towards the stage. Su Chun, you want to enter the arena now? Chun Chang asked in a trembling voice. Since Su Chun had 2 professions and had reached level 10, he definitely had the qualifications to enter the arena. But if he went up now, it would be too early. He would be continuously challenged. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Su Chun knew what Chun Chang meant. He smiled faintly. It's fine. They're just a bunch of ants. After saying that, he continued to walk towards the arena. Sigh. Chun Chang was speechless for a moment and sighed deeply. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible to stay in the arena for 10 days. In his opinion, Su Chun would definitely end up in a miserable state. He might even lose his life. When Su Chun walked into the arena, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the mutated tribe members stared at Su Chun with their eyes wide open. At this moment, they were all very confused. They didn't understand why this young human would want to enter the arena. Kid, what are you doing in the arena? One of the night demons couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted loudly. He didn't even think that Su Chun wanted to enter the arena to participate in the competition, because the human race was too weak. The grand competition of the myriad tribes had been held for so many years, but no human had ever dared to participate. Moreover, it was the first day of the grand competition of the myriad tribes. It didn't make sense for him to enter the arena so early in the morning. To participate in the competition, of course, Su Chun said calmly. Chapter 1078. Take part in the competition? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. A weak human dared to take part in the competition? What a joke this was. Human kid, do you think you're fit to take part in the competition? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Who do you think you are? A Titan sneered. Hurry up and get down. Don't embarrass yourself. Is the grand competition of the myriad tribes something you humans can take part in? Do you really think you're a nobody? The other races started to scold him as well. In their eyes, the human race had always been an ant-like existence. How dare he try to get his hands on the god-source jade? Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced down. He said indifferently, "In my eyes, you are not even comparable to ants. If anyone is not convinced, you can go up to the ring and challenge me. I will crush you with a finger." The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. Then, a wave of anger rose. Almost all of them were glaring at Suchin. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. A weak human dared to mock everyone in the grand competition of the myriad tribes. This was no different from committing suicide. At this moment, all the other races were raring to go. They wanted to go up the arena and kill Suchin. What is Suchin trying to do? Chun Chong, who was not far away, smacked his lips. His mind was in a mess. Indeed, Suchin was a level 10 cultivator with 2 professions. He had the right to go up the arena. However, there was no need for him to make enemies for himself. Mocking the cultivators of the myriad tribes in front of everyone. Wasn't that asking for death? Even a fake sage wouldn't dare to do that. Just as Chin Chong was confused, Suchin spoke again. "You bunch of trash. Does anyone dare to go up the arena? If not, I'll take the god source jade." F***CK. He was too arrogant. He was too arrogant. This was intolerable. Instantly, a few of the other races were ready to go up the arena to teach Suchin a lesson. The Titan who mocked Suchin was the first to go up the arena. Dang Xianggu from the Titan tribe is going up the arena. Suchin is in danger. Chen Chang's face froze as he secretly broke out in cold sweat for Suchin. Not only was Dang Xianggu a level 10 cultivator, but because he was from the Titan tribe, he was extremely strong. His individual combat power was in the top 100 among the myriad tribes. Even if Suchin was a dual-profession cultivator, he might not be Dang Xianggu's opponent. The level 8 middle-aged man, who had been slapping himself, slowly stopped when he saw Dang Xianggu enter the arena. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Suchin was Dang Xianggu's. Then why should he torture himself? Dang Xianggu is personally taking action. This human brat is dead for sure. Dang Xianggu is the second strongest warrior of the Titan race. I'm afraid he can crush that brat with one move. This is what you get for acting tough. The group of strange races treated Suchin as a dead man, constantly mocking and ridiculing him. Dang Xianggu walked up the arena. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Suchin coldly and shouted, "Human, kneel down now. I'll consider leaving you with an intact corpse." In his opinion, it was too easy to kill Suchin. Before he killed him, he had to humiliate Suchin. Suchin curled his lips and said with disdain, "Your words might bring disaster to the Titan tribe. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die?" Dang Xianggu could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and roared. Then he clenched his fist and smashed it down on Suchin. Chapter 1079. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the ring. They all want to see how Suchin would be killed with one punch. Facing such a powerful punch, Suchin's face did not change at all. In fact, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Why isn't this kid dodging? Is he scared out of his wits? He's going to die sooner or later. Where else can he hide? Seeing that Suchin was still standing there, the crowd thought that Suchin was scared out of his wits. Go to hell. Dang Xianggu didn't think so much. He grinned and continued to punch Suchin with his fist. Just as he was about to touch Suchin, he suddenly felt an invisible force wrap around his body. Suddenly, it was as if he was stuck in a swamp. All his movements stopped. He was like a wooden stake rooted to the ground. The sudden appearance of this situation made everyone puzzled. Deng Xianggu, hurry up and do it. What are you doing? After waiting for a while, seeing that Deng Xianggu was still not moving, some of the people could not help but urge him. At this moment, Deng Xianggu wanted to cry. Of course, he wanted to kill Su Chun. However, he was now restrained and could not move. He had even lost the ability to speak. Realizing that Su Chun was a powerful spirit reader master, he was scared out of his wits and regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Su Chun was so powerful, he would not have been the first to stand up. Now, his life was in the hands of Su Chun. It could be said that if Su Chun wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. Do you still want to kill me now? Su Chun walked in front of Deng Xianggu, squinted his eyes, and said mockingly, "Woo-woo." Deng Xianggu's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to kneel at Su Chun's feet and beg for mercy. However, his body was not under his control. Now you know fear? Unfortunately, it's too late. Su Chun snorted and manipulated his spiritual power to stir Deng Xianggu's head. Then a loud bang was heard. Deng Xianggu's entire head exploded, turning into a bloody mist floating on the arena. Witnessing this scene, a series of intense gasps could be heard from the surroundings of the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Deng Xianggu was actually killed. Moreover, he was killed without being able to resist. This was too strange. Wasn't this inconceivable? One had to know that Deng Xianggu was a super expert ranked in the top 100. How could he be instantly killed by a weak human? Su Chun is so powerful. Chun Chang's mouth was agape. He was shocked beyond words. At first, when Su Chun walked onto the stage and started to draw aggro, he thought that Su Chun was just courting death. Who would have thought that Su Chun would be so powerful that he could easily kill Deng Xianggu of the Titan race? How could this be? The level 8 middle-aged man swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Just now, he thought that Su Chun was definitely going to die. Unexpectedly, not only did Su Chun not die, but he also killed Deng Xianggu in an instant. After realizing how powerful Su Chun was, he felt a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, he continued to slap himself harder than before. When did our human race have such a powerful existence? The other humans also sighed with emotion, looking at Su Chun with eyes full of deep awe and incomparable worship. He is a powerful spirit reader. There were also experts among the mutated races present. They immediately recognized Su Chun's identity as a spirit reader. Deng Xianggu's death was so strange. Only a spirit reader could do it. He is a spirit reader? When did the human race have such a strong expert? The mutated races around were not calm and started to discuss. Chapter 1080. Su Chun collected the shards and glanced at the crowd. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you can show off in front of us just because you're a telekinesis master? The mutated races below the ring started to clamor. Su Chun was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not be so arrogant, right? There were hundreds of level 10 cultivators below the ring, and many of them were stronger than Deng Xianggu. Su Chun had only killed Deng Xianggu, and he thought he was invincible? However, even though there was a lot of cheering below the stage, there was still no one who went up the stage. After all, a telekinesis master's attack was very strange. Without absolute confidence, no one dared to take the risk. A bunch of trash. Su Chun snorted and walked towards the god's source jade. Since no one dares to go up the ring, I'll take the god's source jade. Seeing this, the mutated races who had wanted to preserve their strength could no longer sit still. The god's source jade was very important. How could they just give it away? Human, don't be so arrogant. I'll take you on. Suddenly, a man from the Protoss race walked up the ring. Dai Yulin from the Protoss race has entered the ring. This human is definitely dead. The mutated races below the ring were instantly excited. Dai Yulin was known as the most powerful person in the Protoss race, and he was ranked third among the 10,000 races. Moreover, he was also a powerful telekinesis master. There were even rumors that Dai Yulin's true combat strength was infinitely close to the level of a false sage. A powerful person of this level could definitely kill Su Chun. Dai Yulin is actually going up the ring. Chen Chang's face turned serious again. Dai Yulin's strength had long been known among the 10,000 races. Not only was his strength close to that of a false sage, but he also had a high-level defensive armor on him. Even an evolver of the same level would not be able to break through the defense of this armor easily. In this way, Su Chen's chances of defeating Dai Yulin were very slim. Kid, you are indeed quite strong to be able to kill Deng Xianggu, but this is as far as you go. Dai Yulin glanced at Su Chun, his face full of contempt. You talk too much. Su Chun was not long-winded and directly released his spiritual force to crush Dai Yulin. Brat, don't look down on me. Dai Yulin also released his mental power at this moment. As an expert who was close to the false saint realm, he naturally would not show weakness. The two spiritual powers quickly collided. With a loud roar, the void began to distort. How can that human's mental strength be so strong? Seeing that Su Chen's spiritual power had not been defeated in one blow, there was a cry of surprise from below the ring, but it was soon drowned out by screams. Dai Yulin's mental power has been destroyed. A shattered wave appeared in front of Dai Yulin. This was caused by the collapse of her mental power. Oh my god, what kind of monster was this human brat? Witnessing this scene, no one could remain calm. One had to know that the god race was a race that cultivated extremely strong mental strength. Dai Yulin was a genius of the god race, and his mental strength was comparable to that of a false saint. Even so, he was still defeated by Su Chun. From this, it could be seen how strong Su Chen's mental strength was. Su Chen, good job. Chen Chang clenched his fists. After all, Su Chun was a human. Seeing Su Chun crush Dai Yulin, he also felt extremely excited. In the ring, Dai Yulin's face was filled with shock. He had not expected that his mental strength would be defeated. Facing the mental strength that swept over, he gritted his teeth, and a golden armor suddenly appeared on his body. The golden light on it gathered and blocked Su Chen's mental strength. Seeing that no one wanted to challenge him, Su Chun was not too happy. Now was the time to accumulate fragments to increase his strength. There were so many mutated races below. If he did not kill a single one, how could he be satisfied? Su Chun pondered for a while and said calmly, I'll give you all one more chance. All of you can come at me together. Together? All the mutated races were stunned. When they came to their senses, everyone was furious. Indeed, Su Chun was very strong. He could be called the number one person among the 10,000 races. But he could not be so arrogant, right? One person challenging the 10,000 races. How much did he not see them as humans? Even a false sage expert would not dare to boast so shamelessly, right? Su Chun, you mustn't mess around. Chen Chang was even more shocked. He secretly prayed in his heart. In his opinion, Su Chen's words were not just seeking death. It was simply self-destruction. There were tens of thousands of mutated race cultivators present. If they attacked together, they would probably be able to crush Su Chun in one move. Chapter 1082. Are you outsiders all cowards? I want to challenge all of you, and you're still cowering? You're worse than trash. What's the point of living? In order to make them attack, Su Chun mocked them mercilessly. Instantly, all of the strange races were enraged. If it was a one-on-one battle, none of them would step forward. But Su Chun was too arrogant. He wanted to challenge all of them. If they still avoided the battle, how could they have the face to continue living? Attack together. Don't let him continue to be arrogant. Kill. Suddenly, More than a dozen top experts of the foreign races flew onto the stage, launching attacks at Su Chun in unison. Good timing. Seeing this, Su Chun was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. The strange races in front of him were all broken pieces. Can Su Chun do it? Seeing more than 10 elite cultivators surround and attack Su Chun, Chen Chong did not know how many times he was worried about Su Chun. At this time, the battle began. 7 of the strange races attacked Su Chun together. The rest were all Dharma psychics. They released all kinds of spells and attacked Su Chun from afar. In the face of such an overwhelming attack, could Su Chun still resist? Almost all of the strange races were certain that Su Chun would die. They shouted crazily, "Kill him!" Too naive. Su Chun laughed condescendingly. He aimed at the strange races and raised his hand to release a Pegasus meteor punch. As for the spells that were flying towards him, he completely ignored them. All of a sudden, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air, each of them emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Secret fist technique. The moment the golden fist shadows appeared, the surroundings were filled with shocked screams. The 7 strange races that were charging towards Su Chun also stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear. Die! Su Chun did not give them a chance to react. He punched from afar. Amidst the fierce wind, 100 golden fist shadows smashed down. The 7 strange races were instantly drowned. Boom! 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 After 100 consecutive booms, countless holes of different sizes appeared on the arena. As for the 7 strange races, they had already been blasted to smithereens. It was also at this moment that the spells that flew towards Su Chun hit his body one by one, but they all strangely bounced off. They did not even touch Su Chun's skin. Witnessing this scene, everyone was in a daze. They looked at Su Chun with eyes full of fear. Su Chun killing 7 elite cultivators with one punch was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that he could ignore the spells? This was too strange, completely beyond their understanding. Su Chun is so strong. Chen Chong swallowed his saliva and was in a daze. The few spiritual psychics regained their senses. Their hearts were cold. They looked at each other and retreated. They wanted to leave the stage as soon as possible. Since Su Chun could ignore spell attacks, then these Dharma psychics were no different from ants. If Su Chun wanted to kill them, he could crush them with one finger. You think you can escape? Su Chun sneered. He moved his feet and disappeared from where he was like a ghost. In the next moment, there was a wave of screams from the stage. The few spiritual psychics could not resist and were killed by Su Chun one by one. Who wants to kill me? Come on up. Su Chun stood at the edge of the stage and looked down. The strange races below the stage kept quiet out of fear and avoided Su Chun's gaze. Even though there were more than 10,000 of them, after seeing Su Chun's undefeatable abilities, they did not have the slightest intention to fight back. It could be said that Su Chun's strength had completely shocked them. Chapter 1083. Since you don't want to attack, then don't blame me for being impolite. Su Chun narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura exuded from his body. Up until now, he had only killed less than 20 foreign tribesmen. The number of shards dropped was very limited, and it was not enough to satisfy his needs. Hence, he did not want to let any of these strange races off. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that he wants to kill all of us? The strange races below the stage were confused. When they came to their senses, a huge wave of fear spread through their hearts. If Su Chun insisted on killing them, they would not be able to stop him. They might even be killed. Thinking of this, some of the strange races had already started to retreat. Su Chun did not waste any more time. He took out the enchanted sword and swept it downwards. A 3-colored torrent shot out from it. The 3 mystical fires also jumped up. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying wave of magic spread out, giving people a feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. What kind of killer move was this? All of the strange races were scared out of their wits. When they came to their senses, they ran in all directions. Facing such a terrifying spell, they did not have any courage to fight back. Su-chan is also a spell psychic. Why is his spell attack so powerful? Chin-chong was shocked to the extreme. Even though he was very far away, his heart was still filled with a sense of fear. The other strange races were even worse. Most of them had already fallen to the ground and were trembling uncontrollably. What followed was a wave of cries. When the three-colored torrent swept past, those strange races who came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strange races had died. The huge area below the arena had been completely reduced to a vacuum. There were no living creatures there at all. Gulp! Chun-chong gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw this, and even his breathing stopped. After killing thousands of strange races in one move, Su-chun did not stop. He quickly opened the chaotic space and the pet rearing space. He summoned all of his powerful cultivators and spiritual pets, following which he waved his hand and said, "Kill all the outsiders. Kill!" Battle cries and shouts shook the heaven and earth as all human beings and spirit pets rushed towards those non-humankind beings. So many level 10 cultivators and level 10 spiritual pets. Chin-chong was completely dumbfounded. Su-chun did not participate in the pursuit. Whether it was Chi Mufeng and the others, or the Flaming Phoenix and the other spiritual pets, they were all saint-level masters. Even if it was suppressed to level 10, its strength was still far beyond those of the same level. None of the outsiders here were a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were all slaughtered. Chapter 1084. When you gather 3 God Source Jade tokens, it will give you a new set of coordinates. That should be the location of the treasury. Chin-chong said with uncertainty. That was because until now, no one had managed to gather 3 Divine Source Jade tokens. Everything he knew was passed down from generation to generation. After figuring it out, Su-chun did not ask any more questions. He turned around and returned to the arena to collect the fragments. At this time, Chi Mufeng and the others were still chasing after the strange races. However, the screams were clearly not as intense as before, which meant that most of the foreign races had already been slaughtered. Half an hour later, when the last scream was heard, the entire arena was silent, except for Su-chun and the other human beings and their spirit pets. Only Chun-chong and the other 40 to 50 human beings survived. Chun-chong sighed endlessly as he gazed at the foreign race corpses all over the ground, and his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that over 10,000 foreign race cultivators would be slaughtered by Su-chun and the others. On the other side, Su-chun collected the fragments and put away the spiritual pets and other people. The next step was to search for the other 2 God Source Jade tokens. Before he left, he called out to Chin-chong and left in the blink of an eye. He's finally gone. Chin-chong let out a long sigh. Although Su-chun was also a human, and he did not target them. However, Su-chin's aura was so strong that it made it hard for him to breathe. It wasn't until the moment Su-chun left that he felt his whole body relax. After Su-chun left, he went straight to the coordinates. About an hour later, he stopped in front of a lake. This lake was the location of the coordinates. Su-chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the lake. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. Immediately afterward, a white light shot out from it. After condensing, it turned into the appearance of an old man. The winner of the Divine Origin Jade token this time is actually a human? The old man sized up Su-chun and was quite surprised. "How should I address you?" Su-chun asked calmly. The mysterious old man's sudden appearance surprised him. However, when he sensed that the other party's aura was below level 10, he did not take it to heart. 10,000 years ago, the outside world called me Venerable Divine Source. The old man chuckled. 10,000 years ago. Su-chin's eyelids twitched. If the Venerable Xinyuan was in existence from 10,000 years ago, did that not mean that he had experienced the Great Void War? What about his strength? Had he reached the God realm? On the same level as Wu Tsang? With doubts in his heart, Su Chan probed, "Senior, did you survive the Void War? You know about the Void War? Did you enter from the outside?" Venerable Xinyuan opened his mouth slightly, and he was shocked. None of the people who lived in the Void Ruins knew about the Void War. He had some suspicions. Did Su Chun enter from the outside world? However, if they wanted to enter this place, they had to pass through the spatial whirlpool. To pass through the spatial whirlpool alive, they had to be at least stage 10 of the sacred level. Su Chun looked like he was only 20 years old. How could he be at stage 10 of the sacred level? "I entered from the outside." Su Chun did not hide anything and said directly, "If that's the case, the 2 immortal essence grasses I left in the outside world are in your hands." Venerable Xinyuan muttered and asked, "What's your name? What's your cultivation now?" "I'm Su Chun, stage 7 of the sacred level." Su Chun said respectfully. After all, Venerable Xinyuan was in existence from 10,000 years ago. Su Chun gave him enough respect. Chapter 1085. Only Stage 7 of the Holy Level. Venerable Xinyuan clicked his tongue and looked at Su Chun as if he were a monster. Then he asked, "How did you get through the space whirlpool?" "I used some small tricks, which are not worth mentioning." Su Chun smiled faintly. He would not expose his trump card before he figured out the opponent's background. Venerable Xinyuan was stunned for a moment and did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. If Su Chun did not want to tell him, there was no need for him to get to the bottom of it. "How is the situation outside?" Venerable Xinyuan took a breath and continued to ask. "Not good." Su Chun looked serious and told him what Wu Tsang had told him. "There is such a scum among the 10,000 clans." Hearing this, Venerable Xinyuan flew into a rage and cursed. He scolded Heaven's scattering Taoist. "Senior, you should have participated in the last Void War, right?" Su Chun asked tentatively. The Void War was a battle where the 10,000 clans, the Void Beasts, and the Machine Empire joined forces to fight against the ominous beast from the outer area. Since Venerable Xinyuan hated Heaven's scattering Taoist's act of opening the channel to the ominous beasts, he also suspected it. "Yes, I did." Honorable Xinyuan nodded. He then sighed and said, "It is a pity that almost all of the godly state experts, including me, have died." Had he fallen? Su Chun frowned slightly. Since Venerable Xinyuan had died, was it possible that the one who talked to him was an incarnation? Venerable Xinyuan seemed to see Su Chin's doubts and explained, "Now, I am just a trace of the divine soul of the original body. I am just struggling at death's door." "Oh." Su Chun suddenly understood. "Su Chin, how old are you?" Venerable Xinyuan asked. Su Chun looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation had reached stage 7 of the holy level. It was impossible for him to reach stage 7 of the holy level at this age. Therefore, Venerable Xinyuan suspected that Su Chun had taken something like the youth-retaining fruit. "About 20. Su Chun thought for a moment and replied. It had only been 3 years since he transmigrated to this world. At that time, he was 17 years old. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was 20. Is it really only 20? Venerable Xinyuan widened his eyes, and he was shocked. Reaching the 7th level of the Saint Realm at the age of 20, such talent was unheard of and rarely seen in the world. After regaining his senses, Venerable Xinyuan was overjoyed. According to Su Chin's talent, if he advanced to Deity Realm, he would not need much time at all. Once Su Chun reached the Divine Realm, he could join forces with Wu Tsang to defeat the Heaven-Scattering Taoist and the Void Beast. Then he resealed the passage that connected to the beast. Su Chun, if you advance to the Divine Realm, do you have the confidence to deal with Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Venerable Xinyuan probed. As long as I advance to stage 10 of the Saint level, it will be easy for me to kill Heaven-Scattering Taoist. Su Chun promised. These words were not boastful at all. When he advanced to stage 10 of the Saint level, He could advance to deity realm by using the Atlas Up shape-shifting skill. With his strength, he was invincible among those at the same level. Killing heaven-scattering Taoist was no different from killing an ant. Hearing this, Venerable Xunyuan was stunned. Could a person at stage 10 of the saint level kill deity realm? This was too boastful, wasn't it? However, Suchin didn't look like he was joking. Could it be that he really had the ability to kill enemies at a higher level? Venerable Xunyuan was confused, but he didn't dwell on it, because the most important thing now was to help Suchin advance as soon as possible. Chapter 1086. Suchun, you have to gather the 3 Divine Source Jade cards as soon as possible, Venerable Xunyuan said. Senior, what can I do after I gather all of them? Suchin asked. Previously, he had heard from Chun Chong that he could open a treasury by gathering the Divine Source Jade cards. However, he didn't know what was in the treasury. Moreover, he couldn't completely believe that what Chun Chong said was true. Venerable Xunyuan didn't hide anything and explained, gathering the jade cards can open a secret realm. There are countless cultivation resources and various ores in the secret realm. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. Ordinary cultivation resources were useless to him, but his pets and other people could use them. In addition, if he had the mechanical heart, the intelligent chariot could be upgraded continuously, and it might even reach its final form. Senior, do you have a mechanical heart? Suchun asked tentatively. Not a lot. Only about 10,000 pieces, Venerable Xunyuan said calmly. 10,000 pieces? Suchun was pleasantly surprised. Although he didn't know how much it would take to upgrade the intelligent chariot to its final form, 10,000 pieces were definitely more than enough. At this moment, Venerable Xunyuan spoke again. In addition to having a large amount of cultivation resources in the secret realm, the most important feature is that it can slow down the flow of time. Slow down the flow of time? Suchin was a little confused. He stared at Venerable Xunyuan in a daze, waiting for his explanation. Venerable Xunyuan smiled faintly. To put it simply, 3 months outside is equivalent to 100 years in the secret realm. Really? Suchun was completely stunned. If he really had 100 years as a buffer, even if he didn't have any energy points, he was confident that he could reach stage 10 of the sacred level. In addition, Wu Yazi and the others could also forge 5,000 holy swords. In addition, the 5 Thunderfruit tree and other spiritual plants could continue to grow. His pets and other people could continuously improve their cultivation. The awakened divine beasts that were already at a high level could even reach the divine realm. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he had 100 years as a buffer. At that time, he was confident that he could kill all the ferocious beasts, not to mention the heaven-scattering Taoist. It's definitely true, Venerable Xunyuan promised. Then he added, but everyone only has one chance. One chance was more than enough for Suchun. After calming himself down, he asked, Senior, where are the other 2 God Source Jade tokens? One is in the Void Secret Realm, and the other is in the Sky Altar. Venerable Xunyuan said truthfully. Huh? Suchun was slightly stunned. Originally, he wanted to go to these 2 places. Who would have thought that the Divine Source Jade token would be in these 2 places? It was as if it was the will of the heavens. However, you must remember one thing. Once you enter these 2 places, you will be suppressed by the power of the bounded domain. There will also be a certain amount of danger, Venerable Xunyuan reminded him. Suchin did not take it to heart and asked, Senior, I heard that there is a divine beast in the heaven altar Huanyu. Is it true? The main purpose of asking the divine beast was to awaken the divine beast. This was because if an awakened divine beast wanted to quickly advance to the divine realm, the best shortcut was to devour a divine beast. Yes, Venerable Xunyuan nodded and continued, but don't worry. That divine beast was fatally injured in the last void battle. It should have died long ago. After figuring out the specific situation, Suchun did not want to waste any more time. He said to Venerable Shen Yuan, Senior, I want to go to the Void Secret Realm immediately. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.